But we'll get a bit closer to the batting crease now, and you'll see we've spoken a lot as well about the rough outside the left-handers off stump. Something for the spinners to aim at. The West Indies have 2 left-handers in that top 6, so they'll be mindful of possibly having to smother the spin against Prabhat Jayasuriya. Right-handers, still looking beautiful. Have a look. It's looking absolutely superb. As good a day 5 batting pitch as can be expected anywhere. So expect a few more runs.
Thank you very much, Mali Richards. More runs predicted by Mali. Let's now chat about what the West Indies will need to do to secure possibly a second win in this series. First, their bowling. Which bowlers should start? What should be the focus in this first session?
Listen, I'll be going for wickets early up, so I would start with the 2 who started yesterday. So Shamar Joseph, who I think was probably the most effective bowler with what we saw yesterday, and then Jaden Seals at the other end. Outswing, but the key for me, not so much Shamar, who naturally bowls a straighter line. Jaden Seals, I think, just needs to start a little bit straighter. If he needs protection on the onside, but he needs those outswingers to engage the batters more often, a slightly straighter line, but that would be my 2 to start this morning, Darren.
Well, the advantage for the West Indies bowlers, they've been sitting for a long time, so they pretty much have fresh legs. One concern will be Roston Chase. He got struck on his bottom hand, that's his bowling arm, so that's one spin option. Not available for the West Indies, Stacey Ann.
Yeah, I see him there with ball in hand right now. They'll be hoping that he's fit. I mean, he's important, not just as the captain of the team, but also someone who can come in and bowl some overs to give the faster bowlers a rest. So they'll be hoping that at some point in time he'll emerge from the dressing room and be able to take over out there.
We saw yesterday Roston Chase not take the field for that second effort with the ball. John Campbell, Jimmy, had to deputize for Chase. A nice little opportunity for him to show his credentials as a leader.
Yeah, he's the captain for the Jamaican franchise in regional cricket. I don't think it was a difficult decision to have him there, but it does show, though, the importance, I think, of having a vice captain who is actually in an 11. That said, I don't think he put a foot wrong yesterday. He was pushed on the back foot a little bit by this pair, this Sri Lankan pair. And if he takes over again this morning, he'll have to have his thinking cap on, because he's going to have, tactically, a lot to think about, trying to contain while trying to get wickets.
Yeah, and Stacey Ann, what will that be? Will it be more biased towards being defensive at the start, or should he attack at the start and then wait and see to go into that defensive mode to stretch the scoring by Sri Lanka?
Oh, it depends on the outcome that they think they'll get in this game. Whether they think that this game is meandering to a draw, perhaps they're going to look to try and get a result out of this match. So ideally, you're here, you're playing positive cricket, you're going to try to get that result. So you try to be attacking up front and then perhaps look to be a bit defensive, depending on how well Sri Lankans go.
Yeah, well, we can speculate for a long time, but that first hour will be critical for both teams. Of course, the weather is fine, and we're happy to see that. One person who really stood out in this test match was Justin Graves. And in my estimation, he's grown into one of the best batting all-rounders in the West Indies. He gave us a little bit of his time.
Long days, training every single day, trying to get better, finding areas that I actually need to improve on, focusing on your strengths as well, because you don't want to neglect those. Weaknesses, always trying to improve, batting, bowling, even the fielding department, because there's sometimes that our fielding can let us down, but every single thing for me, every single department, working hard every single day, and just enjoying the challenge, because international cricket is very difficult, and you want to be the best that you can be at the end of the day. So yeah, just hard work and being disciplined in terms of what you're doing.
And he will get that 100. It's a quick one. And it's a special moment for him and all West Indians. A third Test match century to Justin Graves.
Coming up, I've never been one to talk much in terms of dressing room. Barbados coming up with guys like Kirk Edwards, Huma Ben, Tino Best, you just sat in the dressing room listening to those guys, experiences and how they went about their game. Even though I'm still new to international cricket, I try to share one or two experiences with the guys as well. But for me, very quiet individual, as I said, very composed, not a big talker. So yeah.
150 comes up to Justin Graves.
He absolutely loves batting here.
Test cricket it's all about the grind. I'm pretty much up for every single challenge. And again, maturing through the years, being a little bit more responsible each and every single time you go up to bat. It's always a different challenge, and for me, I like the responsibility role in terms of not giving anything away, just to be as gritty as possible and, do what the team needs at the end of the day.
A real marathon effort.
Roston Chase with a wonderful description of what it takes to be successful. He spoke about doing the small things efficiently and effectively on a daily basis. Jimmy Adams, no wonder he's reaping such success at the international level.
One of the things, I was fortunate to spend a little bit of time around the team, including himself, and he does pay attention to detail, but he has that personality. He's very much detail-oriented in his approach to life, not just cricket. He's a thinker. There are times when I do think he maybe overanalyzes a little bit, but not to take anything away from somebody who has set his sights on being very good at what he does, leaves nothing to chance, and when you look at all his test innings to date, his batting tends to reflect that approach. He's very meticulous in how he goes about life. And we're all very pleased for him. Quiet lad, like I said, a bit of an introvert, but a really key member of this team. And if his cricket continues to grow, you could see him being the fulcrum of the team in that all-rounders position.
Stacey, your quick thoughts on Justin Graves as we close?
Quite shrewd. I mean, when he was there batting, he looked immovable. He looks like somebody who takes in information well, willing to learn. Yeah, so I just think it's such a great asset to have in your squad coming in at number 6.
Thank you, Stacey, and thank you, Jimmy Adams. Well, we're getting set for the 5th and final day of this second test between the West Indies and Sri Lanka. So many possibilities. What will the final outcome be? Join us for first ball after the break.
That is absolutely perfect. What a start. That is top class.
That's power. Pure power.
That is perfect. Absolutely perfect.
The
As we head into the
culmination.
final day of this test match, all 4 results are still possible. With both teams having batted superbly in their first innings, it was Sri Lanka who enjoyed a 50-run lead after subjecting the West Indies batters to a barrage of hostile bowling on day 4. In their second innings, the visitors quickly extended their lead to 142, and so we head into day 5. Can Sri Lanka press on, then bowl out the West Indies to level the series? Or will the West Indies take a flurry of wickets and chase their target down to take the Sobers Tessera Trophy?
Good morning and welcome to the culmination of this multi-format tour, the second test, day 5, West Indies against Sri Lanka. And we're beaming live from North Sound in Antigua. This is where things currently lie. Sri Lanka 549 for 9 declared, West Indies 499 response, and Sri Lanka second to 92 for 2. An overall lead of 142, 8 wickets in hand, and so many possibilities exist. What will day 5 bring? Well, we wait eagerly for that. And while we wait for that, let's just review what has transpired thus far. Our man Gerard takes us through it.
Day 4 wasn't just West Indies against Sri Lanka. It was West Indies against the clock and Sri Lanka against temptation. The first mission was simple: reward the overnight work. Shea Hope, Justin Graves, both reached deserved hundreds. Then the challenge changed. Get as close as possible to Sri Lanka's first innings total, not by rushing, but by controlling the tempo. At times, the West Indies attacked. Sometimes they absorbed, and other times they simply waited. It was impossible to read the blueprint, and perhaps that was a blueprint. Keep Sri Lanka guessing. Hope's wicket, helped by a touch of fortune, gave Sri Lanka belief. Justin Graves refused to let that belief grow, passing 150. He became the anchorman once again. But partnerships aren't only built with the bat. Sometimes they're built with the ball. Prabhat Jayasuriya squeezed the scoring. Asita Fernando brought the aggression. One created the pressure, the other finished the job. Together, they dragged Sri Lanka back into the contest. Results demand courage. West Indies bowled that way. The first innings hero never had the chance to repeat his performance, but Sri Lanka stayed disciplined. They took few risks, scored when opportunities came, and once again finished the day in front. Sri Lanka have led every single day of this test, but leading isn't the same as winning. They now face a choice: push for a win and level the series, or defend long enough to avoid defeat, knowing a draw still hands West Indies the trophy. Bat versus ball, patience against ambition. 5 days, one final chapter, and still everything to play for.
Everything to play for indeed. Let's have a look then at what happened. That was a strangle down the leg side. Huge appeal not given and didn't review. And it showed that he did get a little tickle. Shea Hope continued to carry on. That misfield allowed him to bring up his 5th test match century. And then Justin Graves followed shortly thereafter with one of his own, his 3rd and 2nd at this venue. It was a masterful batting performance from the West Indian duo, and richly earned and deserved. That shot highlights
And a great catch from John Campbell. And that's all the bit of success to do for the West Indies late on day 4. Sri Lanka pushed their overall lead to 142, and they still have 8 wickets intact. They did create a few opportunities, but finding the gaps, and these 2 will resume on day 5. Quick look at the surface. It looks worse than it actually is. You're seeing those fissures and those cracks, those foot marks, but they haven't really produced any sort of significant assistance for the bowlers. So the business areas, truth be told, still very much intact. All right, the umpires are making their way out to the middle. Yeah, the West Indies will have an opportunity to bat as we suspect, and when they do have that, they'll rely heavily on a couple of centurions.
A remarkable 5th Test match century for Shea Hope. A flawless innings from Justin Graves.
I guess I'll start. Been playing cricket with Shea since about 9-10 years old, so we've always had great communication in the middle. You know, really good friends off the field as well, so I think it makes it pretty easy.
But yeah, batting with Justin is always easy. He communicates well. Loves to talk about the game and try to get a better understanding of the game. So it kind of feeds into what I am as a person as well, trying to get the best out of myself. So just being at the crease with him makes batting a lot easier. He's very attentive to details, so like I said, batting is a lot easier than playing with Justin.
Yeah, cheers.
They're great friends on and off the field, reflected in their partnership. This partnership, though, is worth 60 between Chandimal and Kamindu Mendes. Chandimal, the most experienced and accomplished of the Sri Lankan batters, and Kamindu Mendes with a remarkable record to date. Wicket apiece for the Josephs. 4 seamers used by West Indies yesterday. 22 overs for those 2 wickets. This is where we are at. An overall lead by Sri Lanka of 142 runs. What are they thinking in terms of a result? Now, remarkably, Malian viewers, 4 of the 5 highest individual scores ever made at this ground happened in the last 10 days. This series has already written itself into history on this ground. Now, on the final day, gets an opportunity to write for one last time. Virat Kohli is the only one in that top 5 didn't feature in that list. This confirmation of the partnership. Amri Jangu with 233, Ruston Chase with 194, that's test 1. And then Udara with 180 and Justin Graves 188 rather, and Graves is 180. 4 of the top 5 highest individual scores here. Right, Jaden Seals, just as he did yesterday, will take up the attack for the West Indies. Mali Richards is positioned alongside me. Mali, your expectations for today? Have a look in your crystal ball.
Well, good morning, Samuel. Good morning to everyone. The Sri Lankans have put themselves in this position where they're in control of this test match. They're looking for a positive result, 1-0 down in the series. They'll be hoping to win this to level this Sobers to Sierra test series. But as I was saying a bit earlier, conditions are still very good for batting. And as we've seen, the Sri Lankans have scored at a good rate throughout this series. They've just lost wickets a bit more regularly than the Windies have. So I expect some good batting once again. I expect Chandimal and Mendes to look to put these West Indian bowlers under pressure, but at the same time, it gives the Windies the opportunities to pick wickets up, and I think wickets from a West Indian perspective are key, especially here in the first hour.
7-2 field, heavy offside dominance for Jayden Seales. One slip, one gully, and a square catcher on the offside. First ball, day 5. It goes straight. Maybe not precisely what he wanted, given the feel that he has. So West Indies, Mali are cognizant of where this game is situated. And yes, they are looking for wickets, but at the same time, they don't want to leak too many runs too quickly and have to bat a second time many more overs than they should. So even if Sri Lanka scores, they'll want them to score slowly. They'll want them to eat off time on day 5. So even if they declare, it's much less time for the West Indians. If they do happen to get early wickets, then they can push. So it's a real game of chess here at the moment. Right, similar in terms of 7-2 for the left-hander, heavy offside field.
That's just hanging that one wide outside the off stump. Yeah, I expect the Sri Lankans to play in that white ball style, limited overs format, looking to score runs. Obviously, we don't have the fielding restrictions, so the West Indies can spread the field. They can go ultra defensive if needs be. But wickets are the best way in which to stop or to arrest a scoring rate. And it's been the area in which the West Indies have struggled, just keeping these Sri Lankan batters quiet. So it'll be interesting.
Yeah, that's in the air. It will fly away all the way for 4, actually. So not in control, but maybe sign of what's to come.
Yeah, we're seeing the intent here from Kamindu Mendis. Maybe not quite short enough, but welcome runs to the Sri Lankan total as rate as this innings progresses. It's already at 4.31.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind the West Indians having a straighter line, a wicket-taking, attacking line, particularly for the first 4 or 5 overs, Mali, as they search for wickets. I don't think that they should go too defensive too early. As we all know and appreciate, batters overnight, they'll need to start again and to get familiar with the conditions once more. Every time you start, you're a little bit vulnerable. Yeah, I don't mind that. And then if things go awry, then you can change and go defensive. You can do that at any point in time as a bowling team. Bowl on one side of the wicket, set your defensive field. But I do think in the first 4, 5, maybe 6 overs, they can be a little bit more attacking and then adjust accordingly.
100%. Kamindu Mendis, a very dangerous player in this situation, so they'll want to see the back of him. Inside edge, 4 more. 100 up with that boundary. Lead of 150 now for the Sri Lankans, 101 for 2.
.100 comes up for Sri Lanka. 9 runs being scored off the first over of the day. Overall lead of 151. Shamar Joseph, as he did yesterday from the Circuit Ambrose end, might be in for some exciting stuff here. Yeah, there is some intent. There is some clear intent. He too has a dominant offside feel. Last ball of that previous over could so easily have gone onto the stumps. Fortune favoring the Brave, it seems. So a couple unintentional boundaries for Kamindu Mendes. And a stroke of intent straight away from Dinesh Chandimal. He's just looking to go across the offside slightly because of that heavy offside field. Maybe looking for anything straight to clip.
Definitely, he's very strong off his legs, Chandimal. He's picked up his scoring rate as well, the longer he's been at the crease. West Indies would love a wicket. As expected, the Sri Lankans have come out here forcing the issue. And as you said, Sammy, be 9 off the first.
Now, those are deliveries that he might otherwise have been leaving alone, Chandimal. So the intent is clear, and I quite like it. Don't just bat time. Look to score and put the West Indians under some pressure. At least let them think about a possibility of a chase and a declaration. If you come out tentatively, negatively, defensively, then they might feel they have the upper hand. As it is, we have a nice little battle ensuing here. Has protection. Good field set by Roston Chase, who's back on the field. He's taken back the leadership mantle.
Yeah, his leadership will be tested today, especially in this scenario. Marshalling his troops there. His field settings will be so crucial. Working out plans alongside the bowlers. It's cut away, will be another single. To just illustrate the positive intent of this pair in particular. They've yet to face a maiden in this partnership, Sammy. In fact, we've just had 2 maidens in the innings so far. So the West Indies mindful of the scoring rate here. Interestingly, Shamar Joseph has just hung a few wide outside the off stump to the right-hander. As you said, Sammy, you want to see the ball in the business area a bit more often, though. This ball only 23 overs old, 23.5 overs old. And we saw with Asita Fernando yesterday, if you put in that extra effort, there is a little bit there for you.
Excellent delivery from Joseph to end the over. 104 for 2. .42 and 39. Will be Seals again. Quick single, good awareness. We have on average, Malian viewers, around 24, 25 overs in the first session of every day of this test match. So let's use 25 as that benchmark. Last ball of the previous over, just deviating away from the left-hander. And if they score at 4.5 runs and over, that's over 100 runs to add to the 142 that they came in with. So close to 250, all things being equal. And if they get to 250, an overall lead by lunch, it could be very interesting. Maybe bat for another 5-10 overs after lunch. Get as many as you can in that period. And the declaration. So it's setting up quite nicely. Will West Indies then go after that? Can Sri Lanka then get the 10 wickets? So many possibilities and all speculation at the moment. Tried to pick Gary Kirsten's brain earlier this morning. He was, as is usually the case, non-committal. Didn't give too much away, but that brain is ticking away. There you can see he's rubbing it there, rubbing his head. So many things going through his mind at the moment.
Yesterday evening, Pravas Jayasuriya, the left-arm spinner for the Sri Lankans, in the post-match show, he was asked just how many sessions he thinks the Sri Lankans believe they could bowl the West Indies out in. And he said 2 sessions, Sammy B. So we got a slight insight into the mindset of the Sri Lankans in this match here on day 5. They've come out with that positive intent, but it's been a good over. Good response by Jaden Seales so far. Just 1 from it, 2 deliveries remaining.
All right, a couple of streaky boundaries of Seales in the last over for Kamindu. Looking to put bat to ball as often as he can. Yeah, wants that mid-off to be wide, so expect a very wide line from Seales. Yeah, just about there. To end the over, 105 for 2. Historic test match for Jaden Seales, getting his 100th test wicket. Right, Shamar Joseph, who naturally likes to finish on the stumps, they're asking him to do something that he doesn't do regularly or routinely. That's not really his strength. I was looking at the West Indian bowlers, Mali, and what they do individually and separately from each other. Shamar Joseph, firstly, he has sort of a wobble seam and finishes generally on the stump. So he's looking for deviation off the surface. That's proven to be very successful. Alzari Joseph, look at his seam, more upright and canted towards the slip. So he's looking for a waist swing and also some movement from the surface. And Jaden Seales, very, very upright and pronounced seam, very well controlled. Just a single. And Seales, who gets that outswing to go against the right-handers. with such ease, consummate ease really. And then Anderson Phillip, who is the fourth of the West Indian seamers, not too dissimilar from Jaden Seals, but you can see that rotation of the ball there, so it doesn't really hit the seam as much. So he does get a little bit of outswing. So 4 seamers from the West Indians, each with their idiosyncrasies. And with that, they all produce a different challenge for the batters. You have to be aware of it as a batter, understand what each bowler is trying to do, what their strength is. And everyone is coming at you. And their marquee bowler, Kemar Roach, he too produces something altogether different from the other 4, most successful of the lot.
Yeah, very diverse fast bowling attack. And he said minus the most skillful practitioner, Kemar Roach. 300 wickets in Test match cricket. He looks to establish that wobble seam, that ball swinging back into the right-hander. Scramble seam there again, just holding its line. So he's got the ability to get the ball to move both ways, even though at times chances aren't taken.
Single again, yeah. Kemar Roach, his seam is canted towards the leg slip. And you can see the difference here. These other bowlers more canted towards the conventional slip. Shamar Joseph is the only one who has that sort of wobble seam consistently. Spoke to Ravi Rampal, Mali and viewers, and he is so happy with what he has to work with, the raw materials. A run from every ball of that Shamar Joseph over. Nelson for 2. Ever-present wind here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium in Antigua. And you can see the openness from left to right. Seals again.
Sammy, that graphic there where you were analyzing the different seam positions from the West Indian bowlers. One thing stood out for me, especially when Jaden Seals is in the attack, was that angle. He started it a bit straighter more often to the right-handed batters and then gets that away shape, lowering batters into the stroke. And you can see why he's one of the quickest to 100 wickets. So he puts that ball in that area a bit more consistently.
Yeah, but this here is against their natural instincts. Both Seals and Shamar Joseph, their natural instinct is wicket taking and to sort of attack the stumps. Now they have to change their plan because this is what the situation of the game requires. And are they able to be pliable to do that long enough? Or will they stray from it and go back to that natural instinct. So they're fighting against that, Malian viewers.
Yeah, it's all about being versatile in the situation, playing the match situations, also showing a different type of accuracy. Hanging the ball further outside the off stump over and over, and then maybe just the odd straighter delivery. It's asking different questions of the bowlers as well.
Wants two, just the one.
If you think back to Asita Fernando's performance yesterday, bowling those 38 overs, he showed a lot of versatility. The ball's hard and new, you can pitch it up, get that outswing. But also he really tested out the middle of the pitch, and that's something I didn't really think he had in his locker, to really give international batters the hurry up in good batting conditions. But what a heroic effort it was from him. And he reaped the rewards. Fantastic fifer.
Yeah, it was a lot of toil. This one was late on day 3. And John Campbell, that was a gift, but this little spell here, he got the reward after a lot of toil and unrelenting short balls, and finally got another 5-wicket haul in Test match cricket. And look at what that meant to him. $115 for 2. Aquamarine waters of Antigua and Barbuda. 23 runs scored so far. Look at that run rate, quite healthy. If we extrapolate that for another 20 overs or so, they will get very close to 250.
Good start this from Shamar Joseph. 2 dots to start this over. So the stiff breeze here. Maybe as strong as we've seen in the match so far. Helping to keep these players cool. Still quite hot. A bit cloudy. Wide of the off stump once again. This ball's just starting to scoot through a little low for Shamar Joseph. Obviously not the tallest of the West Indies fast bowlers. Very skiddy indeed. Bowls with a lower arm, Shamar, but very quick through the air. And at times you can tell he's hitting the Sri Lankan bats a little harder the other West Indian bowlers. Got to react that split second quicker against him.
Yeah, just holding that finger. Direct hit, if he had collected, might have been interesting. Moves on to 49 now, Dinesh Chandimal. Mentioned before, the most experienced and accomplished of the Sri Lankan batters. Average of over 40, 16 test match hundreds. Comfortable in the end.
Yeah, that bounce here on day 5. Not sure if that one hit a crack, but it scooted through once again. A lot lower than expected by Mendes. Had a little flirt outside the off stump. But from a West Indian perspective, it was a dot. It's been a good over this from Shamar Joseph.
Another good delivery to the left-hander. 116 for 2. Sri Lanka scored 549 in 139.3. The West Indies 499 in 165.5. Sri Lanka maintaining a healthier run rate throughout this test. The current run rate just over 4 seals again.
Well set field here, fully packed on the offside. 2 men in close. Looks like Kavem Hodge at point. Johnny Campbell in that extra cover position, and they've got 2 boundary riders. 3, in fact. Third man, deep point and cover.
A 36th test half century for Dinesh Chandimal, 2nd in the series. He's looked unperturbed in this innings, really comfortable, showing his experience and his class yet again.
Yeah, when he first got to the crease yesterday, he just took a bit of time to get going. But he steadily improved that scoring rate. And as you said, he's looked largely unbothered in this inning so far. His 2nd half century of the series. He's been under a lot of pressure over the years, Dinesh Chandimal. Times found himself out of the side. Former captain as well. So they'll be happy with what they've seen from him in the series, even though he hasn't gone on. When he was last here, I think, or not last, 2 tours ago, 2018, had quite a prolific tour here in the West Indies.
That's wide. Really wide from Jaden Seals. Trying to stick with the team plan of bowling wide outside off stump, but just getting a little too exuberant on that occasion. Which is outside the cut line. Now that's in there. It should be taken. In the end, he takes the catch. A little bit of misjudgment. You heard it from Jaden Seal. Someone get it, please. And because of the wind pushing it away from him, he had to hustle in at the last moment. Catch taken. Partnership broken. Mendes gone.
Yeah, wicket 101 for Jaden Seals. The dangerous Mendes had to go, looking to press the issue. There was a bit of miscommunication there in the end. Anderson Phillip takes a bumbling catch in the end. West Indies pick up their third. Mendes has to go for a well-played 44. It's 118 for 3.
Another wicket for Jaden Seals. That wide line, that plan working. Hitting into that wind is always perilous. Dhananjaya De Silva, the captain, makes his way out to the middle. A masterful century in the first test match. Takes his guard. This is the reason why he's here. That line again, looking maybe to go straight. Didn't connect. Yeah, that's when he was saying, somebody get it, please. A little bit of a fumble on the third occasion. And you can see the smile and the relief from Anderson Phillip and from everyone on the West Indies team. Frustration for Kamindu Mendes. In the air, off the mark straight away. I think this is going to set up nicely today, Mali.
Yeah, West Indies will be very pleased to see the back of Kamindu Mendes. Pair of Mendes and Chandimal added 26 runs in 6.4 overs here this morning. But from a West Indian perspective, they haven't presented too many boundary balls. It's been good disciplined stuff. Obviously, they've worked out that they're going to operate on a wider line just outside that off stump. Just there. Close single. In the end, direct hit, but Chandimal comfortably home.
Yeah, he knows Paul Rifle, but he just wants to make absolutely sure, just in case the batter dipped and didn't slide or for whatever reason.
The bowlers in. Can I have the side note replay first, please? I can see the batter has made his ground before the ball has broken the wicket. Satisfied? My decision for the big screen.
Confirmation, as we suspected, not out, 120 for 3.
Joseph to Chandimal. Another single. Sri Lanka started the day on 92 for 2. They've progressed to 121 for 3. The wicket of Kamindu Mendes was dismissed in the last over, so Resistance from the West Indies. They're trying very hard to restrict run scoring. Make it difficult for the Sri Lankans to get a possible target to bowl again. And Jimmy, morning to you. You can sense that there is some fight from the Sri Lankans, that intent to make a game of it.
I don't think they have anything to lose. They have the West Indies certainly on the back foot here, and to a man, I don't think the West Indies will be relishing having to bat X amount of overs, potentially over 2 sessions, with no opportunity of getting a win.
It's close. That was so close to that off stump. Dhananjaya De Silva was swinging to leg. He was anticipating more bounce from that delivery.
Very skiddy type of bowler, Shamar Joseph. And as is the norm, generally coming into the right-hander, didn't miss by much. He's really trying his best to keep a break on the Sri Lankan scoring. Overall going at 4.1, but it's been hemorrhaging runs this morning. Bit of a wild swing, but Sri Lankan captain really doing what all his batsmen have done up to this point, which is come in with an aggressive mindset, with a look to scoring runs quickly. They are 1-0 down in the series. There's no difference. If they lose this test match, it's still a series loss. So they'll be keen to get this score to a point where they could consider declaration and then see if the West Indies are up to batting to save a game or win.
Two from the over. 3 deep fielders offside. There's a deep third, deep point, deep cover. Just 1 deep fielder leg side, a deep backward square. So that line has to be outside the off stump for Shamar Joseph. He goes too wide.
Darren, what sort of a time to run equation do you think the Sri Lankans would be considering?
Good question. If we reflect on what transpired in the last test match, Sri Lanka, they were bowled out in 71.5 overs. First time around, they were bowled out in 31.2 overs. Second time around. So it's possible 2 sessions with 60, 70 overs. Can work. End of the over, 123 for 3.
Come on. Hey, partner. Django, come over. Django, come over.
Sri Lanka lead by 173 runs. 7 wickets in hand, so there is that buffer there for them to be enterprising with their stroke play to put pressure on the West Indian bowlers. After that early burst from Jaden Seals, we now see Kavem Hodge from this Andy Robertson. Got a wicket in the first innings though. Wicket of Danusha, well set on 90.
And not surprisingly, he starts with that leg stump, outside leg stump line, trying to exploit the rough, going across the right-handers.
Intention shown really early. The West Indies have tried to restrict run scoring, and where it has been effective to go wide and wider. Jaden Seals to come into Mendes. So Hodge does have this area of rough outside the right-hander's leg stump to work with. Lot of gaps available for singles for Dhananjaya and Chandimal. Frustration in the end from Kamindo Mendes, contributing to his dismissal. But I'll come back to you, Darren. Just what equation you think the Sri Lankans will be looking to set up if the game continues along this path?
As was mentioned, a minimum of 2 sessions to bowl against the West Indies. And it's not unrealistic. I did mention that in the first Test match, the West Indies took just over 100 overs to dismiss Sri Lanka twice. We'll come back to it, 127 for 3.
Hodge, go and get too deep.
Run rate 3.8. Sri Lanka wouldn't be pleased with that run rate because there's a clear intention to accelerate run scoring to eventually lead to a declaration. Double bowling change. Alzari Joseph now from the Sir Kirtley Ambrose end. Jimmy, just to finish answering your question about that declaration from Sri Lanka, it's all contingent on how they score. Also, how many wickets they lose. How good the West Indian bowlers are in this first hour and a half of the morning session on day 5. Because if they don't get that target that they're comfortable with, then I'm sure it's going to delay their plans of a declaration. May foil their plans, as a matter of fact.
Thinking about 2 and deciding not to. I'm going to put my tactician's hat on. And for me, I would have thought of using Kavim Hodge to 2 right-handers at the end that Alzari's bowling now. Even if he bowled into the rough, a sweep shot, I could protect a sweep shot. Alzari, I would be asking Alzari maybe to do what Sri Lanka did yesterday. From the far end, bowl shot with a packed leg side field. It's going to be cross-batted shots. And I say that to back up what you just said. I know that like limited overs cricket, wickets will slow up any attempt at quick scoring. I think with the throw, a direct hit would have been very close. Excellent work from Shea Hope. So the Sri Lankans living a charmed life on that occasion.
And this gives you an example as to how desperate Sri Lanka is for runs. Given their plans, that's a suicidal single, in my estimation. Should not have been attempted, but they're so eager for run scoring and accumulating towards a target. That's hoiked away. Tugged from outside off, wide of long on, and the result is a very good one.
Chandimal, who's well set, walking across his wicket. Zari Joseph trying to hold a wider line and just fetching it from very wide outside off stump over the vacant wide mid-on region. Yes, I just think Zari bowling from the other end, encouraging cross-batted shots into the wind, would not only prevent potentially boundaries, but open up an avenue to get wickets. You look at the field that is set here, nobody, a gully, the only man catching close behind. And it's almost as if you're hoping for a miscued slug. You're taking out the element of being able to get a wicket. That's my concern.
I take your point. It's that balance that has to be struck. At the moment, it's all defensive. West Indies playing the patience game with their lines, their attack on these two Sri Lankan right-handers. Driving uppishly, not properly timed from Chandimal. 134 for 3.
28 minutes. Austin. 2-8. 28.
Chandimal well set on 60. Having support from his captain, Dhananjaya Silva. There's that full toss. Maybe that's one of the reasons why Chase has opted for Kavim Hodge to bowl from that Andy Robertson. Just lacking the confidence of his consistency with his control, maybe. Not wanting the batters to hit with the wind to that leg side. Sweeps well. In the gap, 4 more. That's good skill from Dhananjaya De Silva. Everything going in the right direction.
Well, it was landing in that rough area, but a beautiful example of a slightly lofted sweep shot. Sweeping once again, get an easy single. So no fear from the Sri Lankan captain to play out of the rough. He backs himself. And to be fair, we haven't really seen anything misbehaving to a degree that would cause any concerns for these two right-handers.
Saw that with Justin Graves and the way he played against the spin. And the very good players, what they do is assess the conditions and use that information to guide their approach. And at the moment, they don't think it's high risk going across the line, sweeping the ball out of the rough. So one that bounced awkwardly to De Silva.
Yes, man. Yes.
But generally speaking, the lengths on the lower side. 140 for 3.
exciting time if you're a Sri Lankan batter, because there's a certain purpose to this innings. Batting on the 5th day. Usually in test matches, a team batting second has to adopt an attritional approach, trying to save a test match. The mindset has changed so significantly because of the ICC World Test Championship, points on offer for every outcome. Really, it's about your desire, your deep desire to secure a particular outcome.
It's always interesting how the game evolves over 5 days, and how every skill set falls under this umbrella of where is the game come day 5. So as a batsman batting in the middle, how am I thinking differently depending on whether we have a lead, whether we maybe trying to save a game? It's a fascinating thing about 5 days of cricket. The whole condition of the game just ebbs and flows.
Beautifully played. Good work in that deep 3rd region. Jaden Seales running around, saving a few runs.
Deliberate open blade from the Sri Lankan captain, Jaden Seales. Excellent work. These fast bowlers need to be careful. He's been injured before in the past, Jaden Seales, on an A-team tour, diving in the outfield. Very keen, very athletic. He needs to just be careful.
So coincidental you mentioned the different aspects of the game. Fielding, the out cricket has grown in relevance and importance. I had the chance to speak to the Sri Lankan fielding and spin bowling coach, Jordan Gregory, who hails from South Africa. He's born in Durban, working alongside Gary Kirsten and Ryan van der Kerk. Van der Kerk, of course, the bowling coach for this Sri Lankan setup. And he did talk about the high standards that South Africa has set for itself in fielding, in catching, in all cricket. A lot of that pegged to players like Jonty Rhodes, Herschel Gibbs, who've really defined the space in terms of fielding techniques and the standard that you aspire towards as a cricketer. Did say that at the moment it's more of discovery, trying to understand where the standard is in Sri Lankan cricket at this level. Yeah, cheeky from Dhananjaya De Silva running down that protected area. I guess the same applies for the West Indies with Rayon Griffith, who carries that responsibility in this setup. And it's not only with this group of players, how that philosophy filters down and backward links to your first-class cricket, your domestic cricket, your age group levels. Right, just 4 from this over. Yeah. 144 for 3.
Sri Lanka, they were very good in that first innings. 5:49 for 9 declared. Seals just taking leave. Kavem Hodge, use of the feet. More intent from Dhananjaya De Silva. He has to lead the way. Set the tone, show the body language. That could be a psychological advantage for the Sri Lankans if they're looking to bowl a second time around. Was a chance. So there was that opportunity for a wicket, Jimmy.
Sharp chance, but a chance nonetheless. Good enough fielder, Kavem Hodge. He would be disappointed. He's gone high and straight, and he'll get a maximum. Dinesh Chandimal. Bringing up the 150 for Sri Lanka.
And the lead now going over 200, so maybe kicking into T20 mode. These two Sri Lankans, wonderful use of the feet. They're known for their proficiency against spin and slow bowling. Oh! They had to be pitching outside the line of the leg stump, so stifled a feel there from Kavem Hodge. They're getting the move on.
Brilliant use of the feet by Dinesh Chandimal. We're talking about fielding, and the pictures just now of Jaden Seals leaving the field. I'm not going to presuppose that it had anything to do with his athleticism just now in stopping that delivery, but just something that you thoroughbreds need to be careful of. After 35 overs, Sri Lanka 154 for 3. Time for drinks.
Sri Lanka on the hunt for quick runs, and that man, Dinesh Chandimal, with a half century, a consistent force for Sri Lanka. Fine half century from him. Quite experienced. Number of shots played throughout. Had some luck along the way. showing his class. Chandamal, wonderful shot down the ground. Good celebration for him, and his teammates will certainly love that. He is stepping up when they need him the most. Chandamal, 3 wickets. 3 wickets for West Indies. Seals, Joseph and Alzari. 154 for 3. Yeah, Sri Lanka clearing 549 for 9. West Indies in reply 499 all out. Sri Lanka with that lead of 204. Currently 154 for 3. Chandamal there is a key man for them, no doubt. The Silvers also. It's 204, that standout lead. Sri Lanka certainly looking to perhaps get to 300 or so in quick time. So this session, just 13 overs bowled and 62 runs. A wicket of Kamindu Mendes as well. So Alzari Joseph to continue. Continuing with that wide line plan. 3 fielders on the onside now. 6 on the off. Manny Richards, what do you make of this plan from West Indies this morning?
Well, they've obviously come out quite defensive here on day 5. Still good batting conditions. We did anticipate it being very placid, shall we say. Have a look at that. How good does this Sir Vivian Richards Stadium look? Brilliant aerial view. Yes, they've been a little defensive. It's been all about trying to find the balance between attack and defense. Picked up the 1 wicket today, Kamindu Mendes. As you said, Chandamal, he's played well. His 36th half-century at this level. And he's showing all his experience. Started a little slowly, but he's just built as his innings has progressed. He's looking to press the advantage home now, but West Indies still using that wide line, heavily packed offside field.
Shouts of catch it, and a very good diving catch from Kavem Hodge. Searching for that wicket, and Alzari Joseph provides some relief.
A fantastic catch that from Kavem Hodge. He's a bit of a live wire in this West Indian lineup. Chandimal has to go full in length from Alzari, full and wide, open the face, tried to run it down. Kavem Hodge in that gully position, diving away to his left, his strong hand. And Chandimal has to go for a well-played 71, 156 for 4.
So Sonal Dunusha, a new batter in ahead of Kusal Mendes. I'm assuming that they want to have a left-hand, right-hand combination in the middle. 92 his best in this match as well. So Alzari Joseph providing that breakthrough. Yorker length delivery wide of the crease. Danusha's been good with bat in hand in this series.
Said just fell 8 runs short of a maiden Test 100 in that first innings. This is the wicket again, full and wide, looking to maneuver something there was Shandamal. Got good contact on that, but good sharp catch, diving away to his left from Hodge. And wickets, a welcome wicket. The set batter back in the pavilion brings Dinusha. He's got to get set again, especially in this situation where Sri Lanka are looking to increase their scoring rate.
Yeah, I saw him batting that first innings and didn't appear as a very out-and-out attacking batter, Dinusha. Did see him try to change gears along the way, but didn't seem natural to him. Seemed like that type of batter that will hold, but they will require him to play that sort of role in this situation. Take advantage of the fact that he is left-handed.
Yeah, that innings of 92 was built on a solid defense, Stacey, and you hit the nail on the head. Anything a little wide or on his legs, that's when he really looked to score. Just there, on the legs, gets off the mark. Lead 207 now. West Indies will be happy from the perspective of not serving up too many boundary balls. Apart from that first over where they conceded 2, it took the Sri Lankans 51 deliveries after that to find the boundary. It's been good stuff. Good disciplined stuff, this.
Picks it up to the leg side, but just a single, 4 from it, but an important wicket also, 158 for 4. Good contributions throughout for Sri Lanka. Just Udara with that duck in the second innings after that mighty 100.
Oh, yeah. Run.
Yeah, so Kavim Hodge is going to continue. Quite interesting from West Indies. Also that left-hander coming out as well, maybe just trying to throw them off their plans. And that is exceptionally well done by Dinanjaya, the silver. Just opening up to get the contact in that area that you wanted it to. Very well executed.
Very skillful shot, this. Staying leg side, actually, to access the offside, out of the rough, outside the right-hander's leg stump. That is a top shot indeed. An element of risk to it, but well executed from the Sri Lankan skipper.
Yeah, looks to go again. Just brings it a bit straight and pulls the length back also. Hodge.
I don't think Hodge will mind that too much. It's a big risk that Dhananjaya is taking.
Two good deliveries. Seeing what he's trying to do. Yeah, a puff of dust as well. So clearly on the attack, of course, that's what they need to do. Did get Sonal Dinusha in that first innings, but you see how prepared he was to take him on.
Yeah, Dhananjaya, he's made his mind up. He's going to go hard 23 of 23. One delivery remaining for Hodge. Can he escape out this over without any further damage? 7 from it so far.
Yeah, he dead. 2 is a run out.
Yeah, they're thinking 2. In fact, they'll get a 3rd. Bit of overthrow there. Allows them to get 10 runs from that over. 168 for 4. Dhananjaya De Silva, runner ball 23 for him. No doubt has picked up the tempo in this innings. As much as Sri Lanka, yes, they're chasing big runs, but they're thinking time. You need enough time in the game to try and make a game of it and bowl West Indies out. So get in there, whatever target they have in mind, get there as quickly as possible.
If you think about just how hard wickets have been to come by in this test match, what they'll be hoping for is to take 10 wickets in 2 sessions. For me personally, it'll take a special performance with the ball or a particularly terrible batting display by the West Indies for that to happen, but we've seen stranger things in this game.
A big part of them winning the toss and batting first is so that they can have that 5th-day pitch, hoping that the cracks can widen. You are down there doing the pitch report. Not a lot of that on show so far today. They want to get their spinners in play, particularly Jayasuriya.
Yes, there's still a tinge of green grass, live grass in the cracks, and I think that's just helped to keep this, or to keep the cracks from widening even further over these 5 days. So far, they've largely proven to be ineffective from a bowler's standpoint. Not too many balls misbehaving. This is a crucial matchup here for me, though. Dhananjaya versus Alzari Joseph. He's going to look to go hard. On the final delivery of his previous over, he went for a slower ball, 120 Ks. So I expect him to mix the pace up again. 3 deliveries remaining, just to keep Dhananjaya off balance, because he's a very dangerous player in this situation. Hard length into the pitch, 140 Ks. Pace. But you could tell, looking to continuously show this positive intent, Dhananjaya De Silva. 2 deliveries remaining. And he'll hope that he can bowl these 2 to Dhanusha. He's, as you said, Stacey, and maybe not the most attacking of players in this scenario. You want to bowl as many deliveries to him as possible.
Yeah, for now, he's keeping the scoreboard ticking over, getting his skipper back on strike. the next best thing. So a really well-judged single from him.
Yeah, the ones won't bother the Windies too much. Lanka need boundaries here. Still about finding that balance, attack and defense. It's got 2 fielders on that 3 on the leg side boundary. Expect another delivery wide of this off stump. Slower as well. Has he picked out the man? No, it falls just to safe. 113 Ks, bit of a cutter there. Just as we were anticipating. Another single added, 172 for 4.
Yeah, 2 wickets this morning session, but 80 runs. Run rate up to 5 runs per over. And Dhananjaya De Silva looking for a big hit. Alzari Joseph taking pace off it. He thought he was gone. Didn't get close enough to John Campbell, just landing short of him. We have a change of bowling now. The skipper, Ruston Chase, into the attack. Be interesting to see how he goes. He's been hit. Was hit on his hand and on his index finger as well yesterday.
Yeah, keep an eye on this grip of Ruston Chase. He was hit on the fingers. It looks like more seam-up deliveries, maybe where that impact would have happened. It's not afforded him that luxury to grip the ball in the normal off-spin grip. Have a look at that. More seam-up type deliveries from Ruston Chase.
A little bit of seam up there. I mean, it's quite interesting though. I haven't seen the use of... he's been hit on that hand again. Haven't seen the use of Anderson Phillip or Justin Graves this morning. Those are 2 other options that he can go to. And just peels off the outer edge. And managed to get 2.
I think Johnny Campbell as well bowled some filthy off spinners, but I'm not sure he's an option. Have a look at that. He's trying to find a way here to contribute, Ruston Chase. He's playing a captain's role. This one's full. But once again, just falling short of that fielder.
You know, one of the things perhaps is taking pace off the ball in this over. That's perhaps what he's thinking. Not give them that pace. So Alzari Joseph bowled a slower delivery as well. It's been extremely slow.
Oh.
6 runs from that over, 178 for 4. Sri Lanka with a lead of 228 runs, looking to build on that, looking to get to 300 or so very quickly. Send West Indies in to have a bat. Chandimal with the only half century so far.
That's it, about 35 minutes or so till lunch, maybe just a few more, 37 minutes till the luncheon break. Lead by 229 Sri Lanka. They'd possibly want to get to 300. That would make it, what, 71 runs or so in 35 minutes? You'll have to get a move on. But with Dhananjaya at the crease, anything's possible. He's very dangerous. 29 of 29. You can tell Alzarri Joseph making sure his field's well set, having the fielders in the right positions.
Yeah, they know that the Sri Lankans are not satisfied with just getting those singles. They want to get those boundaries to push the score as quickly as possible. So have the field set, quite a widespread set field, 7 fielders on the boundary.
Yeah, just the one catcher, Kavem Hodge, in that gully position, took a fantastic catch to remove Dinesh Chandimal. That, to me, is a very crucial position if the West Indies are going to bowl wide.
Yeah, continuing with that wide line, but just too wide. A signal so by umpire Hassan Raza. We've seen a lot of innovation in terms of using the crease from the Sri Lankans. They're aware of the plan, but I'm seeing too many of them looking to do that. Yes, I think Dhananjaya De Silva backs away to the leg, but nothing to the up.
Just using the pace, running that one down to third man. Three runs from this over so far. Joseph has been good, 2 for 39. I think he's showed a much improved bowling performance from that first innings. It's been a lot more consistent. Seems to be in a lot better control of what he's actually trying to do out there. He's mixing up his pace quite nicely, especially to Dhananjaya. Expect him to hit the pitch hard though, with the left-handed Dhanusha on strike.
Yeah, wanting to note as well, a number of these players in this red ball team, they play white ball cricket. So Alzarri Joseph, is quite easy for him to just go to those dead bowling plans, get those Yorker in, those slower deliveries as well. Good execution so far from him in this over.
I wonder, just 2 deliveries remaining here, whether we'll see another one from Rust and Chase. Carrying that injury on his bowling hand. It's really affecting his grip to impart spin on these deliveries. Lower again, Cotter into the pitch. Will find a boundary. Wasn't quite out the middle of the bat. Not where he intended, but a welcome result nonetheless.
Yeah, continuing to take the pace off it. Good thing there is that he managed to get it in the gap. Fielders are there on the boundary, but good connection, enough to get it into that vacant area. A little bit of disappointment from Alzarri Joseph. 4 that spoils the over, but 1 more delivery remaining.
Adjustment to the field now. Fine leg comes into that deep backward square. Mid-wicket. On the boundary as well. Ends with a wide delivery outside the off stump. Dhananjaya is thinking, why was that not given? But it's 186 for 4. Sri Lanka lead by 236.
Yeah, Prasood has given us some wonderful footage. A man that's operating the drone. Yeah, so Aston Chase to continue. We were wondering if he was going to bowl again. Not quite getting to spin it.
Yes, seam-up type deliveries from Roston Chase. At least trying to deliver from as high as possible. But very slow, as you mentioned, Stace.
Oh, yes. Hard luck there, boss. Go. Catch it, catch it.
Goes big, goes long, but straight to Shamar Joseph. So Roston Chase persisting with his plans, and it pays off.
You see on this delivery, Roston Chase not being able to impart much spin, but with that seam up, got a bit of drift. Have a look at this. Started outside that leg stump, drifted into the stumps. Once again, Dhananjaya looking to access the offside, picks out Shamar Joseph. He takes a good catch. Roston Chase picks up his first. And the dangerous Dhananjaya goes for 34. It's 188 for 5.
Yeah, in search for quick runs. The other thing that can come with it is, of course, wickets. Dhananjaya De Silva on that occasion punting, but just managed to pick out Shamar Joseph. Brings Kusal Mendes, a new batter, in. He's a man for this occasion. Has a wonderful record, 10 centuries.
Limited overs captain as well, Kusal Mendes, so he's very well accustomed to these type scenarios.
Yeah, one of the things, just having a spinner operating from the Andy Robertson is Dhananjaya De Silva looking to take him to the offside. Picks out Shamar Joseph. Is the reluctance from the Sri Lankan batters to try and hit it to that side because it's against the wind. So West Indies just using that to their favor. I haven't seen any aerial shots being played to that side of the ground, Mali.
Yeah, it's a We saw earlier with the graphic just how stiff this breeze was here on day 5. 41 kilometers per hour. You can tell with the way the shirts are blowing in the wind as well. Bit of drift from Chase. And it shows a good understanding of the dimensions here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. Match awareness as well. Trying to use everything possible to your advantage.
A wicket in that over with 192 for 5.
Right him over. Center. Off stump.
Exactly 100 runs scored so far. 5.26 healthy run rate. Still have, what, 26 minutes to that lunch and interval. Quite appealing that as we speak. It's been some purposeful cricket from Sri Lanka. Yeah, that will go for 4. Very well struck by Sonal Dinusha. Overall lead now of 246. Jimmy Adams alongside me.
Brilliantly played. Was offered enough room by Anderson Phillip and likes to cut, cuts well, kept it down and placed it to perfection. Lead continuing to grow as we approach lunch on day 5.
He changes the angle. Real intent shown. Everyone was sort of wondering if this game would just meander along, or if Sri Lanka would make a push for it. You mentioned, Jimmy, that they've got nothing to lose. They are 1-0 down and everything to play for them to share the spoils. So the onus really on them to push. The West Indians with a 1-0 lead can just sit back. There's also
1 for the over.
World Test Championship points available for both teams. A positive result, of course, brings many more points than just a draw. So they're looking to push for that. So this makes for intriguing and entertaining Test match cricket.
I have no doubt that the experience that Sri Lanka have in the person of their head coach, Gary Kirsten, he would know. He's played enough cricket. Looking at that table, as you alluded to, Samuel, the West Indies, 1 above Pakistan and 2 below Sri Lanka. So points available. Gary Kirsten would know with his experience, and I'm sure some of the older Sri Lankan players, the more experienced players, the Chandimals, the captain, Dan, is very, very unpredictable. Catch taken. So another wicket for the West Indies. John Campbell in that gully position. The only man catching behind the wicket on the offside, and Kusal Mendes managed to find him.
Yeah, guided to perfection. In the breadbasket, a little bit of a fumble, and there the relief for John Campbell. Another test wicket for Anderson Phillip. His stay was brief, 197 for 6. New batter for Sri Lanka, Milan Ratnayaka. Sri Lanka in search for quick runs. They've lost 4 wickets in this session. Does have the capacity to score runs, Milan Ratnayaka. That lead now has swollen to 247. Yeah, just guided to perfection, straight to the fielder. Little bit of a fumble from Campbell. Couldn't get it down, Kusal Mendes. And so another one falls. Yeah, there's a little chatter there as well from the West Indians as he walks off. Successful over from Anderson Phillip, 198 for 6.
Watch it.
198 for 6. 71 from Dinesh Chandimal. Top scorer, another half-century in this series for him, but it's been a morning where they've looked to press the accelerator, Sri Lanka, and search for quick runs to set a total for the West Indians. And change in bowling from the Sir Andy Roberts and Shamar Joseph back into the thick of things. What sort of feel does he have? Has protection on the boundary. Deep square leg, deep fine leg, third. Backward point, deep mid-off, deep mid-on. So lots of protection. Yeah, a couple fielders in that direction. And that's hitting into the wind for the left-hander. And we do have 2 left-handers out there at the moment, 199.
Not very often that we've seen Shamar Joseph choose to bowl over the wicket to left-handers, but with the wind as strong as it is and the intent being shown by the Sri Lankans, I think he's opting for safety first with a wide of off-stump line and a protected offside field. Had to reach for that one, Dinusha. Wonder what the Sri Lankans are thinking. 200 up for Sri Lanka, lead of 250. What sort of lead do you think they'll be happy with, and how many overs would they ideally want, do you think, Sammy?
Yeah, certainly the better part of 2 sessions. I wouldn't be altogether surprised if they actually do declare during the luncheon interval if they can get 10-15 runs more. And they have a lot of protection down in that region. Kavem Hodge has been quite busy. As things currently stand, Jimmy and viewers, 251 ahead. Let's add 14-15 to that, 265. I can't see West Indies scoring 265 in 2 sessions. That's very difficult to do. So it sort of rules out one result, which is a Sri Lankan loss. And then brings into focus now the West Indians. So they need to give themselves enough time. I'd be very surprised if they bat after lunch. Especially given the way they've batted before lunch, the batters were quite risk tolerant. So I think that we're going to see a declaration at lunch that will save some time as well at 10-minute turnover, and will give them an additional couple overs. Prabhat Jayasuriya, how much work will he have to do in that second innings? Too many left-handers in that West Indian top order. A couple in John Campbell and Amir Jangu. They'll be tested. It'll be interesting to see how the West Indies approach their innings. It's the familiar pairing, Shamar Joseph bowls and Kavem Hodge fields.
Bowling to his captain's plan, forcing the attacking strokes into that area that is well protected. A straight and a wide third man, as well as a deep backward point. Same line, same shot, same result to end the 43rd over. It's 204 for 6.
Four wickets, but that's in pursuit of quick runs. Look at the run rate. They've done well this morning, Sri Lanka, from that perspective. Have averaged around 25 overs across this test match in session 1. When the 22nd over now today. Just around 14 minutes left in the day's play. We'll see spin again. Kavem Hodge, he'll operate from around the wicket to the left-hander. And they'll be hitting into the wind leg side. Feel very spread. And that'll be buys, I think. 4 of them. Let's have a closer look. Yes. A free boundary.
Well, this mode of attack from the West Indies and Kavem Hodge making life very difficult. But any wicketkeeper unsighted Shea Hope and misjudging that one. Welcome boundary for Sri Lanka.
And he changes the angle, goes over the wicket. We've seen wicket keepers in the past, Jimmy, when that line is employed, just start on that leg side. Shea Hope is still in the conventional position. which is just outside off stump.
Good bit of keeping on that occasion by Shea Hope. Hodge with a quicker delivery, darted down the leg side.
Yeah, he's found the gap and he's found the boundary. Bowling a little bit too quickly is Kavem Hodge. But good batting from Sonal Dinusha. Needs to slow it up, let them hit into the wind.
Yes, using the pace of the ball and the angle. And really only had to help it along its way pretty much. Dinusha did it well, elevated and well placed. Second boundary that for the over.
Seven runs for that over. They've gotten that 265. Now 215 for 6. 11 runs in total. The 123 added to the overnight 142. He's moved across quite early. Ruston Chase goes even wider. Direct hit. And it will result in an overthrow. We'll just wrap that up, tidy that up first. And then we'll have a look, no doubt, for the run out. Is it 3 or is it 2 on a run out? Or 1 on a run out rather? Let's find out.
An umpire review for run out at the key person. Can I have the side on replay, please?
Oh, just thinking of something.
Yes, I can see the wicket is broken and the batter is short of his ground. Satisfied, my decision for the big screen is...
I didn't take chance.
So confirmed by the cameras. Sonal Dinusha has to go run out for 28. It's 216 for 7.
Test debutant Isita Wijayasundara for another opportunity with the bat. Yeah, but wonderful athleticism and accuracy from Kimo Paul, substitute fielder, has always been a wonderful athlete. Yeah, he knew straight away that direct hit is what found him short. So 216 for 7 overall lead, 266.
Oh, is it? Run out, Chase, run out.
Call is for 2. It's Chemo Paul again, but a couple this time. What some teams do, Jimmy, as well, and viewers, is that they delay informing the umpire of a declaration until the very last moment during the interval. So it doesn't give the batting team that straight back. Not powerfully drilled. Should be another couple. Direct it again and he would have been found short. So what they do, Jimmy, they wait until the last moment in that interval and then inform the umpires that we've declared, who will then relay that information to the batting team when they might think that they have to field again. So just to catch them a little bit by surprise. I don't think necessarily that might be the case here, because the West Indians, I'm sure, will be anticipating that. Now, this is straight again. And this time it's well drilled. All the way for 6 from Wijayasundara. That's what they want.
But he measured this one well. Wijayasundara right in the hitting zone. Just dropping that back leg a little bit to get more power.
Oh, is that?
Another 11 runs from that over the 45th is 226 for 7.
Scoring at over 5 runs and over in this innings, Sri Lanka. Hodge will continue. Still firing those deliveries in. That would have been tight. I think he might just have been in.
What would have been the result had the bat been in, but the hands weren't on the bat? Would have been interesting is the bat actually fell out of his hand while he was diving. I have to search the rule books for that one.
Yeah, clean him up. Going after it, another wicket for Kavem Hodge. Add Wijayasundara to the list. He's keeping it on the stumps. A heave looking for another maximum. Misses and clatters onto that off stump. He scored 10 runs quickly from just 6 deliveries, 227 for 8. Prabhat Jayasuriya, the new man for Sri Lanka. This should be, well, they've still got 4 deliveries remaining in this over. It's about 3 minutes left, so we may just get one more in. Sri Lanka would want another over. The West Indians wouldn't.
Oh! Sorry.
PC delivery again from Kavem.
This was the last wicket to fall. Going for an attempted maximum. Nowhere near that one. And wicket gratefully accepted by Kavem Hodge.
Down.
So the game boiling down nicely here in Antigua. West Indies knowing that they will probably be asked to bat right after lunch. A wide signaled by the umpire. Single to finish. And it looks as if we will have one more over before the interval. 2:31 for 8.
Turns out that that was in fact the last over before the interval, so no further play in session 1 on the 5th day. Sri Lanka with an overall lead of 281 runs. Ruston Chase was back on the field leading his troops. And we'll await news about a possible declaration. 231 for 8. Chandimal and Kamindu started today. That partnership grew until Chandimal was dismissed along with Kamindu. Dhananjaya came and scored a run about 34, and they were looking to push on to increase that overall tally. West Indians were understandably defensive, everyone amongst the wicket column. Zari Joseph with a couple and one apiece for everyone else. All right, let's have a look then at what that overall
Sri Lanka maintaining their dominance and lead in this test match. Will it be sufficient runs for them to sneak a victory and square the series? We'll have to find out. One thing for sure, we've enjoyed our lunch intervals here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. And today it's extra special because we have this beautiful piece of silverware alongside us. This is what both teams are playing for. Marley Richards, Jimmy Adams. We listened to that interview there from Dinesh Chandimal just before the break. He spoke about securing another 10 to 15 more runs. Is that deception or is that a goal that they're trying to achieve before bowling?
I can't speak to what Sri Lanka might or might not want. I don't think more runs here has any relevance to where the game is. I think the game has set itself very nicely. It's moved along very quickly. The stage is set for a declaration. I personally would declare no. We'll see what Sri Lanka do, but for me, they have enough runs on the board to try and push for victory here.
Mali, let's talk first about Kamindo Mendes, his 44. That partnership he had with Chandimal that continued from day 4 into day 5. They actually produced 86 in total. Did he play the ideal innings in the circumstances?
Well, definitely. He's a very talented player. He's perfectly suited for this type scenario, limited overs. We've seen him in the IPL around the globe. He's well sought after. So I thought he came out, showed the positive intent that was needed from a Sri Lankan perspective. And as we've seen, they just managed to up that scoring rate as their innings progressed.
Credit to West Indies with their plans. They went wide to Kamindo Mendes and it proved to be successful, Jimmy.
It was. He ended up going at a wide delivery from Jaden Seals. Didn't get much on it, but it was a string before that. They had frustrated him by going wide and wider. He likes to drive, but the offside being very well protected. On that occasion, just managing to get a toe in and a good catch in the end from Anderson Phillip.
Yeah, good patience exercise by the West Indian bowlers. They knew exactly what the possibilities were. Came out and got that partnership broken. Dinesh Chandimal, with another half-century, didn't strike at a run a ball, mid-60s strike rate. Is that something that they would have spoken about in terms of one player anchoring the innings, the other player being a little more ultra-aggressive? Mali?
Well, if you think back to when he came out first, it took him a while to get his scoring up. The West Indies were pretty good to him, absorb pressure. But as you said, they needed one end in which to lay the foundation. And I think he played a very, very valuable role, showed all his experience.
Yeah, well, Alzari Joseph was the mainstay of the wide plan to Dinesh Chandimal, yet another tactic used by the West Indies.
Yeah, we're looking at the pitch maps there. No surprise that it's a wide of off-stump line, 6th, 7th, and sometimes even an 8th stump. And if you look at where the wickets were gotten, it worked. Wide delivery for Kamindo Mendes, a wide line again for Dinesh Chandimal. Brilliant catch from Kevin Hodge there. And Kusal Mendes again reaching outside the off-stump. So all in all, the plan worked. Big picture though, you have to give credit to the Sri Lankan batting lineup because as a collective, they got the runs they wanted in the session. How they got them is almost irrelevant now. The plans that they had worked, all of them played a role in it, and now they're in a position where if they choose to, I think they can declare and, ask the West Indies to bat to save the game.
Well, we did speak about different options available for the West Indies. There was that option of going short, allowing the batters, the right-handers, to hit into the strong wind here at the venue. The West Indies chose an option which paid dividends too. They kept the Sri Lankans in check. Kusal Mendes was another one who can strike the ball at a rapid rate. Remember, he's the white ball captain. Didn't last too long there, Mali.
Yeah, good bowling that from Alzari Joseph. Full and wide, looking to run that down. John Campbell taking the catch on the second attempt. Anderson Phillip, he'll be lucky, happy to take that wicket. But as we're saying, Kusal Mendes, he's very dangerous. So to see the back of him, West Indies would have been very pleased. And to be honest, if Sri Lanka do come out and pursue another 10 to 15, you'd have to say the West Indies did well to keep them below that 300 that they were looking for.
Yeah, well, you look at Sunal Dhanusha, we spoke about whether he can transition his defensive game into attack. He struck it over 100, and so too Dhananjaya De Silva, the skipper. So they added that sort of impetus to the scoring that we saw in this session. West Indies, when they approach batting, Jimmy, they will have their work cut out.
They will, but I tend to look at it maybe a little bit differently. For me, if I'm in that batting lineup, let's say I'm an opener, King or Campbell, I'm thinking to myself, on this wicket, 65 overs, probably I have chance for a test 100 or a big 50. If I'm in the middle, let's say upper middle, batting 3 or 4, again, I'd be thinking if a wicket falls early, we don't want it to happen, but it's a good wicket. If I get in, I can reach a milestone. It's only if I were batting lower middle that I'd be thinking, a bit touch and go, wouldn't want to have to go to literally put up the shutters for maybe half a session. So I think there's an opportunity to score runs. It's a good wicket still. Yes, there'll be pressure. It's a fourth innings. Funny things happen in second innings generally. But it's an opportunity to score runs, Darren.
Yeah, and Mali, I guess the challenge for batters is how do you balance the conditions with, of course, putting pressure back onto the bowlers and spending time out in the middle in this situation if you're a West Indian batter.
Well, yeah, and we know both King and Campbell are batters who like to get on with it. They're aggressive type players. But here, still very good batting conditions. Jimmy alluded to it. As good a day 5 batting pitch as you could hope for. Yeah. So an opportunity for them once again. King hasn't had the best series. John Campbell, he's given away his knocks on a couple occasions. Another opportunity to finish strongly in this series.
Well, the West Indies will hope that Justin Graves is not required to bat the second time around. He scored a brilliant 100. He spoke to us about his recipe for success.
Long days, training every single day, trying to get better, finding areas that I actually need to improve on, focusing on your strengths as well because you don't want to neglect those. Weaknesses, always trying to improve, batting, bowling, even the fielding department because there's sometimes that our fielding can let us down, but every single thing for me, every single department, working hard every single day, and just enjoying the challenge because international cricket is very difficult and you want to be the best that you can be at the end of the day. So yeah, just hard work and being disciplined in terms of what you're doing.
And he will get that 100. It's a quick one. And it's a special moment for him and all West Indians. A 3rd Test match century to Justin Graves.
Coming up, I've never been one to talk much in terms of dressing room. Barbados coming up with guys like Kirk Edwards, Sulman Ben, Tino Best, you just sat in the dressing room listening to those guys, experiences and how they went about their game. Even though I'm still new to international cricket, I try to share 1 or 2 experiences with the guys as well. But for me, very quiet individual, as I said, very composed, not a big talker. So yeah.
.150 comes up to Justin Graves.
He absolutely loves batting here.
Test cricket is all about the grind. I'm pretty much up for every single challenge. And again, maturing through the years, being a little bit more responsible each and every single time you go up to bat. It's always a different challenge, and for me, I like the responsibility role in terms of not giving anything away, just to be as gritty as possible and, do what the team needs at the end of the day.
An effort.
180 runs from Justin Graves in the first innings for the West Indies. Didn't get a chance to bowl though, Jimmy. Let's talk about that threat from the Sri Lankan bowlers and more so Prabhat Jayasuriya. He bowls majority of the overs for Sri Lanka. We saw that in his historical figures.
Yep.
What's needed to counter that? What should be the mindset of the openers and that top order?
Good bowler. He showed in the first innings that he's the epitome of control. He has his variations. He will have a little bit of rough, especially I would think to the left-handers, but it can also impact right-handers as well. So he has almost a scenario where he can control scoring, and I think that will be very important in building pressure. The Sri Lankans will be hoping that he gets early breakthroughs. I don't think we will potentially wait too long for his introduction. So it's set up for a really good contest here, but if it does happen for Sri Lanka, I'm sure he will play a role in it.
And Mali, we saw them use that short ball plan to the West Indians. They should be better prepared for it, but the Sri Lankans might run the risk of using it prematurely.
Yeah, well, obviously, Asita Fernando, he was the main exponent of that short ball. He really hustled the West Indian batters. I expect a lot more of the same, but it will be a balance, finding that balance. He also pitches the ball up and gets good movement away from the right-handers, so wickets will be key. They'll have to find the right mode of operation, though, going forward.
Well, the pitch and how that has unfolded in this session too is something for us to take a note of, whether there was significant wear and tear. We saw Kavem Hodge bowl in those areas, but nothing significant, Jimmy, that we've seen in that first session to threaten batters.
He wasn't threatening, but let's be very clear. There's a difference between Kavem Hodge and Prabhat Jayasuriya.
Indeed.
No disrespect to Kavem Hodge.
Huge.
It will be a factor. How big a factor? I'm not too sure. It could be more than just the pitch. It could be just the state of play. Jayasuriya bowling, if they were to have 2 or 3 wickets fall very quickly, might be different from Jayasuriya bowling if you get a partnership. And that is the key for me. The West Indies will be looking for partnerships. If they get one really good partnership, the game dies a natural death. If not, we could be in for an exciting last hour.
How good a motivation factor is this? More so for Roston Chase to win his first series as captain, Mali?
Yeah, well, he was waiting a long time to pick up his first test win. Managed to do so in this series. Nothing better from a West Indian perspective if they could just get over the line and finish and win this Sobers to Ceres series.
Thank you, gents. Thank you for your thoughts.
Pleasure.
Well, we're getting set. We'll have to wait and see how this test match finishes. We're going to leave you with the highlights of that classic battle in 2018. West Indies v Sri Lanka, Day 5.
Welcome to the 5th and final day's playing this second test between the Windies and Sri Lanka in the Cricket West Indies International Home Series 2018. So the match summary says that Sri Lanka were in front by 287 runs.
Shannon Gabriel, as expected, starting off proceedings. Lakmal is the man on strike.
Yes, he's going to send him. Not too much doubt about that if there was no bat involved. He's going to review it.
Pitching outside off, impact in line, wickets hitting. Gunnar, you're on camera now. You can stay with your original decision.
That's a confirmation.
And that's it. No ball signaled.
It's going to cause a lot. That's much tighter, I must say. That is much tighter.
Well, it seemed as if it came off the helmet and onto the stumps.
Which meant that Sri Lanka had set the West Indies a total of 296 to try to win this second test.
The first ball of the Windies' second innings. Just a little nibble at that delivery. Wide and leaving.
Gone. This was definitely closer. Lured Devon Smith into the drive. And it's one of his weak areas.
And why it's so important to bowl full to him. You can see the foot still moving and it's very wide, drawn in by length as much as anything else. Excellent from Rajita. Oh, got him. Swing. 2 to Rajita in the over. Sri Lanka are flying.
Similar length, similar line. Hit it a little bit in front of him this time around. Didn't wait on this delivery.
Oh, he's cracked that. That was pitched right up there. That's where Shea Hope is good. Did he nick that? It just didn't carry though. Lovely shot. Waited, waited, and just pushed it past mid-off. That's the one we are talking about. That's the one that's making batsmen uncomfortable. And that was quick. That's up at 148 Ks.
Doesn't look good because the physio is actually having a chat with the umpires, and I saw him motion to the pavilion for the next batsman to come in about 3 minutes ago.
Oh, just wide of third slip. That's a better shot. Was in control. Well, the previous one flew off an edge. This one off the middle of the bat.
Oh, nice. On the pads. He'll pick up 4. First boundary to Roston Chase.
Got him! What a delivery. The previous delivery left Roston Chase. This time, just angled in.
Played a part in that because Roston Chase looked like he was a little late. He looked to play it off the pitch, but he was too late.
Dorich is off the mark with a couple. More runs, might be 4 runs. Could be close, could be close. Yes, give it in. They're going to discuss a review. Good bowling, and the range found from Lakmal. They do go for the review.
Gunner pitching outside off, impact in line, wickets missing. I'm going to go back to Ian on field, please. Gunner, to overturn this decision, you're on camera now.
Well, on-field decision reversed.
Oh, brilliant, brilliant from Dhananjaya. Excellent line and a good catch.
Forcing him to play. And squaring him up a bit.
And this is a really good response. Counter-attacking. Kumara goes all the way. Thanks, Ian Bishop. A boundary for Shea Hope. They will get 4. Should have been a more sustained investment in this type of field. 108 for 4. We've come to the tea break, which both teams, I'm sure, would look forward to it.
Which meant the Windies would need another further 188 to win.
Cracked right underneath the eye. No discomfort in swinging the bat through the line of that ball.
Done him. Done him. Suranga Lakmal has castled. It's an important scalp.
That's jagged back. Hit him on the elbow. Hit him on his backhand and onto the stumps. We saw that dismissal on the first day. We're seeing it here again on the last day.
Down the wicket and very safe. And that's his 50. It's a good hand by Brathwaite.
Very good, in fact.
Holder. It's a very safe option for him with mid-on saving 1.
And they're out of here. The ground staff. They run in and they celebrate in the com box. Ian Bish and Darren Ganga.
buys. No chance for Niroshan Dickwella. Slightly fuller than that.
Well, there's no question as to where that hit him.
Well, Chandimal can't believe it, but the umpires have called a halt to play. I suppose time has been taken out of the game for inclement weather. Chandimal wants to see the reading for himself, and they're showing him their record, as you suggested, from previous readings of previous days and where the light meter is right now to remain consistent. Confirmation of how the match played out, and it meant a draw, which led to the West Indies keeping their one-up margin in the series with one test match to go. The Man of the Match award went to the big burly Trinidadian Shannon Gabriel for his effort, 13 wickets in the test match. That is absolutely perfect.
That is top class.
Hello and in the run out of Sunal Dinusha. Kavem Hodge picked up another the last wicket to fall. And this is where we currently sit. Sri Lanka lead by 281 and looking to push further along. These are the two unbeaten batters at the moment. And West Indian fielders, interestingly, were out and ready. And it was the Sri Lankans who took a long time to come out to the middle. I'm still struggling to understand the necessity to bat into this session and then to delay things by taking a long time to get to the crease. If anything, it's the West Indies who should be looking to delay and take some time out of the contest. Chase. Yeah, why did? Because of that, I suppose, negative approach, Paul Rifle deems it to be legitimate. I'm just looking for my little note here, Stacey. It's not here, but I'll get it right this time. Good afternoon, Stacey and Adams. How are you?
You know, I was looking for the note as well. I was there like, is it there? It's not. But I'm doing fine, Samuel. I'm struggling like you as well to understand. I was looking on at lunch, wondering if Sri Lanka would declare. I saw that they were doing some warm-up in the field, some slip catches. So I thought that was an indication that perhaps they will look to declare. So, I mean, to me, West Indies one up in the series. They certainly won't mind Sri Lanka continuing to bat. For me, Sri Lanka should be looking to give their bowlers enough time to create some sort of panic in the West Indies dressing room.
And quick single. They want more than one, though. They want two. Well weighted. Yeah, they lose 10 minutes for the changeover, and they'll also lose a couple overs. So I don't see what these extra 10, 15 runs is necessarily going to do in the context of the match. What they usually consider as there's an appeal for a stumping, not much enthusiasm from Shea Hope, but the on-field umpire requires some assistance. So let's have a look.
We have an umpire review for stumping. It's a fair delivery. Can I have a look at the side and replay first? I can see the foot is grounded as the wicket is broken. Satisfied my decision for the big screen is
all right, not out. Yeah, the consideration sometimes, Stacey and viewers, would be to continue for wear and tear on the surface if you bat a little bit longer. Maybe to give your bowlers an additional time off the field to rest. They did have a long stint in the field, Sri Lanka, when they bowled. But I still am struggling to comprehend the rationale. But they continue to bat. West Indians wouldn't mind this, as it would mean less time for them. 2:37 for 8. We'll keep a close eye on Captain Dhananjaya De Silva to see when that declaration eventually comes. Kavem Hodge from the Circuit Lee Ambrose end.
Yeah, I suppose as well it's an indication that perhaps they think the surface is still good enough for batting, and maybe if they declare with not a lot of runs on the board, you see them there just having a look, and you mentioned it, that it's something I was thinking about, perhaps just wanting that pitch to be worn a bit more, but they do have fast bowlers in their attack. Can have those pacers running and create that same sort of wear on the surface that the West Indian bowlers will. But so far, West Indies, they've started with 2 spinners.
There is an appeal. Kavem Hodge is convinced. Run out at the non-striker's end. This will be quite unfortunate. Let's have a closer inspection.
TV umpire to director, we have an umpire review for run out at the bowler's end. Can I have the front run first, please? Just roll back. Looks to me that if the ball touches the finger, can I have the replay from the opposite side? Yeah, I can see the ball clearly touches the hand of the bowler. Now that's okay. Yeah, with the ultra edge that will help fold. Yeah, I can see the ball has clearly made contact with the hand, and roll it the side of replay, please. Is out of his ground as the wicket is broken. Satisfied, my decision for the big screen is
Right, that was some good work, you'd have to say, from Kavem Hodge. Prabhat Jayasuriya goes 9 wickets down, and they continue to bat on 238 for 9. Well, there goes my theory of giving him some extra rest. Asita Fernando, he's out in the field with the bat. This is why he's here.
Yeah, straight drive there from Milan. Just a finger on it from Kavem Hodge. The batter was out of his crease, he knew it. He just needed confirmation that Hodge had got a hand to it. 239 for 9.
All right, last wicket in. West Indies would want to wrap that up. Might not have a declaration after all. They may be dismissed.
Oh, is he?
You know, Samuel, I'm here and I'm thinking, if I'm West Indies, a bit of psychological game Sri Lanka is playing, I'll be thinking they're not comfortable with the position that they're in. The fact that the declaration didn't come. So that will definitely breed positivity in that West Indies camp.
Good running, you know. A bit of fielding from Anderson Phillip, but Lanka and Asita Fernando were up to it. Perhaps they're getting a little bit loose and warm for a bowling effort. Yeah, connects that one well enough to go for 4.
Yeah, those long levers coming into play from Milan Ratanaika. It's a bit tossed up. A very good connection to get it into that vacant area in the mid-wicket boundary.
Should go and yes. Nice. Hey, make him pass it. Huh? Make him pass it. Yes.
Connected again. Even better this time, all the way for 6. Brings up the 300 lead overall for Sri Lanka. Lanka having some fun.
The silver getting closer to that, perhaps the declaration. They get to 300 now, but a solid strike from the left-hander. Ensuring that it goes all the way. A good pickup with the wind.
Heave again. I wonder if that brings the declaration. Yeah, I think it does. He is signaling to the batters out there. Are they looking at him or do they want to continue? Yes, I think they have recognized that he's calling them in. So just a couple overs after the luncheon interval, but they've gone past that 300 run mark perhaps. And that is what they were thinking all along. So nicely poised. The better part of 2 sessions remain. And Sri Lanka with a healthy overall lead. It's the West Indians now who will have an opportunity to bat for the rest of this test match. Ratnayaka unbeaten on a runner ball 20. Chandimal, the top Lanka to win and to level the series. John Campbell and Brandon King will make their way out to the middle. Jimmy Adams, Stacey, was making a good point, as he seldom does during that luncheon interval, about the opportunity for the batters, the top order batters for the West Indians. And do they think about being a little bit selfish and getting a score for themselves? Brandon King will be desperate for that. John Campbell will be thinking about getting another score of significance, but more importantly, not giving his wicket away. So they should be thinking runs on offer. Let me see if I can cash in. Those averages need to go northward.
Thank you. I'd like to know what their thoughts are. Whether they try to just go for these runs and display their dominance in the competition and go 2 up. Or do they just kind of sit back and just let the game wander along? And yeah, again, it presents an opportunity for the likes of King and Campbell, who had starts in the series, just to add to it. King in particular.
40 overs in the first innings for Asita Fernando. He will go again.
Wait. No.
By their very nature, they are run scorers, King and Campbell. So I suppose the message for them from Coach Sami and that management group would be to play your normal test match innings. They like to score anyway. And what they don't want is just to be sitting around and not score. That will give the Sri Lankans an opportunity to crowd them a little bit later on.
It's for them to just play to what the situation demands. You're 1 up in the series. Yes, as I said, a chance to probably take it 2-0. But you don't really need to chase the series. 302 runs to win, yes. It's very important that these two try and see off that new ball period. It's still a very good surface to bat on, apart from those rough areas that the spinners will get into later on. Important that they just continue, just stay on pat. Don't want to look up at the scoreboard and you see 2 or 3 wickets down very early. So that's their role up front, to ensure that Sri Lanka doesn't get a chance in this match and break through at the top.
Sri Lanka's run rate across this test match, 4.24, is the highest for a visiting team on these shores. Just goes to show how well they batted, how quickly they batted, and also underscores how good the surface is here at North Sound. And even with consecutive test matches playing at the same venue, the ground staff offered up another one that heavily favored the batters. Campbell off the mark, West Indies off the mark. A little bit of a strangle down the leg side, not much of an appeal though. Interestingly, Stacey and viewers, this would be the first drawn test in 2026 if it does end up in a draw. It's been a year of positive results, so one without loss. Yeah, just a one-over faced by West Indies so far. So much of that data there is that Sri Lankan innings. But Nayaka will start this time around from the circuit. Lee Ambrose in, and he's round the wicket. Edged down the leg side, too far away for Kushal Mendes, and so Brandon King gets off the mark. Tickle down the leg side.
Yeah, looking to get it straighter, Milan Ratnayaka. Just erring down that leg side. Kushal Mendes very close to that glove of his. Not able to haul it in. So he'll count him a little bit lucky there, Brandon King.
Yeah, that's what will interest them, the Sri Lankans. There is some variability. That one darted and kept low.
Yeah, but it's always outside the off stump. Nothing keeping low when it's attacking the stump so far.
There's a huge shot. There were two sounds. little discussion. Is he thinking about it, Dhananjaya? Yeah, I think that is what he is considering, those two songs that were heard. 7 without loss.
West Indies 7 without loss, in pursuit of 295 to win this test match and take a 2-0 series win. Fernando opting to test out the middle of the pitch here. If you think back to yesterday, lion-hearted effort from him, but this was a possible LBW shout. Big, thick inside edge coming to the aid of Johnny Campbell. Milan Ratnaika close, but not close enough. It's in the gap. Stand and deliver from Brandon King. He gets his first boundary. Starting to look a lot more fluent now with that. His second boundary, sorry. 11 without loss. I'm joined by former West Indies captain Jimmy Adams. So far, West Indies have looked quite assured.
Brandon King just dispatching a delivery that was short enough for him to come forward and then stand tall, rock back and punch it through cover. Well, what could have been a yes and a no from Campbell and King. Brandon King dead in the water had there been a direct hit. A belated call of no from John Campbell. Sunal Dinusha not really threatening the stumps, thankfully for Brandon King.
That's his area. Spectacular bit of fielding there from Sonal Dinusha, saving a certain boundary.
This is brilliant. Brilliant cricket all round. Textbook cover drive. And Sonal Dinusha flying to his right on his weaker side, plucking it out, goalkeeper style, to keep Brandon King on strike.
So far, he's used the short ball quite sparingly here in this second innings. Asita Fernando got a deep square leg in front for the right-handed King, maybe about 10 yards or so off the boundary. And it was always going to be interesting, the approach of the West Indian openers here. Another 2-9-1. Both batters loving to field ball on bat, and boundary hitters, especially when they're in peak form. Once again, not quite carrying through to the wicket keeper. 4 runs from the over, 11 without loss. Be Milan Ratnaika to continue from the Sir Curtly Ambrose end. Should be a comfortable single. And during the lunch and interval show, Jim, you mentioned the opportunity being presented here for these opening batters. What are some of the things you think will be going through their mind in terms of, are they still thinking they can win this game?
I'm going to take a punt here, and based on what I've seen, I think the instructions will go out and play normal cricket. Let's get through the first hour and then let's assess where we are. If normal cricket has brought us within striking distance, I don't think we're going to see, and we haven't seen anything at the top of the innings to suggest that there's a run chase on.
No.
But I'm not going to say that it's not necessarily somewhere in the plans. But my comments in the lunchtime show was just the ingredients that you have here. You have a really good batting surface. You alluded to for fifth day in Antigua, it's probably one of the best fifth day wickets you've seen. If there are now 57 overs left, if I'm an opener and I bat through, there's a good chance I could get a substantial score. So it's not to say that the Sri Lankan bowling attack doesn't pose challenges, and Sri Lanka would, yes, be looking for a win if they could. But I just wanted to make the point that a lot of batsmen at this level would see it as an opportunity.
Especially if you haven't been in the best of form. Provides yet another opportunity here, especially for Brandon King, to sign off from the series with a score. Extra bounce, bit of extra bounce, well played in the end. No sharp fielders in close. So West Indies get another single.
We'll see what happens when we get the slow left armer into the attack with regards to attacking fields. What you don't envisage is two teams playing for a draw. So at some point, Sri Lanka will, I would assume, set more attacking fields.
No run.
And they could genuinely believe that there is not an option to get one of these batsmen out caught under the bat, say for instance with a forward short leg or a silly mid-off. Just the two slips and the gully in place behind the wicket, catching on the offside. The obligatory deep backward point. Cover mid-off, mid-on, and the deep square leg, the fine leg.
No run.
2 runs from that over, 13 without loss.
Bit of repair work going on out in the middle. Bowlers' landing area just being made a bit more compact.
Why is there only one person doing the work, Mali?
Benefit of being the boss, I guess, Jimmy.
There we go. contribution made by both members of the ground staff as they exit the field, and it will be Asita Fernando to continue. Sri Lanka looking for an early breakthrough. West Indies hoping for a partnership at the top of the innings.
We weren't on at the time, Jim, but it was a slightly strange decision from the Sri Lankans to come back out after lunch, obviously in pursuit of 300. They almost had that number in mind. Made sure they wanted to achieve that first before pulling out.
Well, sometimes you wonder if the 300 was more for them than for the West Indies. I don't think the West Indies would have minded them eating into a couple more overs that they would potentially have to bat this afternoon. But there you go. Sri Lanka wanted 300 and they got it in the end.
Batting that, getting through for another single. So rotation of strike, very important for this pair, left-hand, right-hand combination. And as you mentioned, Jim, maybe they were after yet another record, scoring 800 runs in this test, the most they've ever scored in a test match outside of Asia.
Records are good, but if they were to have the West Indies 9 down at close of play, I'm not sure if that record will give them the desired result. That one to King keeping just a touch low. King had to go down very quickly to keep it out. You'd expect the bounce to be a touch lower generally across the board on a day 5 pitch. That one just not coming through as high as King would have wanted. Played it well in the end, but not really unexpected, you'd say.
Especially for day 5. Obviously, Asita Fernando, he's adjusting his positions from which he delivers. That last delivery is wider the crease, angling in. Well played by Brandon King in the end. Bit of outward movement this time, away from the right-hander. Good batting, good hands. Another single.
We've had generally good weather in Antigua for these 2 weeks of Test match cricket. Marley Richards assured me when I just got here that we would get rain and we would see Antigua transformed into a sea of green. Safe to say it hasn't happened. Thankfully, Marley will keep his day job and not continue too much longer trying to forecast the weather.
And to be fair, the man you should really blame for that is Darren Ganga. I've been getting my weather forecast from him. So I've just been relaying the information that's been presented to me.
Marley Richards deflecting. I don't believe it. The local hero deflecting. Unbelievable. Oh my word. Hooked down this time by John Campbell and perfectly bisecting fine leg and backward square. It brings the 5th over to an end. It's 20 without loss.
Welcome boundary there for John Campbell and the West Indies. It'll be Brandon King on strike now. Johnny Campbell just swiveling, kept it down, which was important. A concerted effort not to hit up and into the gap. So a good start this by the West Indies without having to force the issue. A run rate of 4. I think wickets in hand absolutely key for them. It'll be Rathnaiker to continue. I think he's had a decent series, hasn't he, Jim? Saw him first in the limited overs part of this tour down in Jamaica. Thought he was decent in between wicket and wicket. Especially in more helpful bowling conditions. You can see he could be a real handful. Doesn't possess express pace, but very accurate and just does just enough with it. Delivers from quite high, gets a bit of extra bounce as well.
Well, he worked very hard in the first test, Rathnaiker. And generally, his lines have been pretty good. Certainly been easily the second best seamer behind Ajita Fernando.
No run.
Had a 5 in the first test, marathon effort of 35 overs for the 5 wickets. So although slim of frame, broad of shoulders, he knows what hard work is. And in conditions that haven't suited fast bowling, he's put out the effort. A lot of success at this level is not only predicated on your raw talent, your raw ability, but your attitude, how you view difficult situations. There are times when the conditions at the outset you would say don't suit me or my style, but you roll your sleeves up, you get to work, and at the end of the day, you get milestones. So it's good to see from the young fast bowler.
No run.
100%, I couldn't agree more. Saw a similar type outing from Ajita Fernando in the first innings. Bowled 40 overs for his 5 wickets. Showed great versatility as well, being able to pitch the ball up, then opting for the short ball tactic. Very accurate with those short deliveries. They showed good endurance here, the Sri Lankan seam pair, Rathnaiker and Fernando. And they're once again fighting for their team. Final innings of the series. Will bounce, just scooting through a little low. The end of the 6th, 21 without loss.
So a solid start to their second innings. The West Indies 21 without loss, 6 overs bowled. And Sri Lanka now looking to introduce the spin of the marathon man from the first innings, Prabhat Jayasuriya, being introduced from the Sarandi Robert end. A slip, forward short leg, men around the bat. Backward point, cover, extra cover, long off.
Papi.
Mid on.
Papi.
A mid-wicket catching and a deep backward square on the sweep.
I get the impression, Jim, that you think Prabhat Jayasuriya is absolutely the key from a Sri Lankan perspective here on day 5.
I'm going to agree with you, but I'm going to qualify why I say that. I think batting in any format, there's a rhythm to it. As we look at Jayasuriya coming into King, who turns it for a single. And I think it's not just that he might get wickets, which he might, but it's just that he breaks up a rhythm. When you have seam from both ends, especially for new ball batsmen who have played most of their careers batting a new ball, it breaks up that rhythm, breaks up a sequence, it breaks up a mindset that they might have gotten into, which might have made batting seam from both ends a little easier. So I am agreeing with you, but I'm just adding that little bit to it as well.
Bowling with a ball that's only 6.5 overs old. Wouldn't be too alien to Prabhat Jayasuriya. Would have bowled with a new ball on multiple occasions in those subcontinent conditions.
A couple for King to finish the over. It's 25 without loss. Milan Ratnaika to continue from the Sir Curtly Ambrose end. The West Indies, academically, if not otherwise, requiring 277 runs to win. Bowling around the wicket into the left-handed John Campbell.
No run.
It's coming back to that point, Marley. I think you are a new ball batsman, as these two openers are. The left arm spin of Jayasuriya is asking you to introduce a different approach to a different type of bowling, and it just breaks up a rhythm, not just a technical rhythm, but a mental rhythm. And in conditions like this, it might be a 1%er.
Yeah.
There is a bit of rough outside the left-hander's off stump for him to aim at as well. Only 2 left-handers in this West Indian top 6. Brilliant aerial view of the North Sound area, the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. Looking quite beautiful indeed, as Jimmy has been saying. Could do with a bit more rain, but maybe tomorrow will be the day. At the end of this test match. I'll have to ask Gangs, to be fair. So far, the Sri Lankans would have been hoping for maybe a bit more variable bounce. Obviously, this ball is still new and hard. But they would have been hoping for the ball to just start misbehaving a bit more here on the final day. But it's been a very good batting wicket indeed that's held up for the 5 days. I mean, it depends on who you ask. For the bowlers, they'd be saying, oof, it's been tough work. But from a batting perspective, you'd love to take this wicket anywhere with you around the globe.
I'm reliably informed, Mali, that if we get a draw here, it will be the first draw in Test cricket in 2026. Does that mean it's a good wicket? Haven't seen many of those. A play and a miss from Brandon King.
Yeah, I haven't seen too many beat the outside edge. Fantastic delivery once again. That extra bounce. Just a bit of extra bounce, scrambled seam. Played inside slightly of the line, Brandon King.
Turn behind square for a single to end the over. It's 27 without loss. Prabhat Jayasuriya to continue. West Indies needing 275 for what would be an improbable victory. Half an appeal from bowler and wicketkeeper. Ball just skidding on with the arm. Flatter delivery, just skidding through. King was up for it though, coming down in time. Interesting position for the man under the bat on the leg side, standing just behind square. Normally we see the forward shot leg in front of square. Would suggest that Jayasuriya might be thinking about a straighter line to Brandon King and the possibility of an inside edge going behind square. But this could be interesting now with that rough area outside John Campbell's off stump. He did get the left-hander Amir Jangu caught under the bat in the first innings. Could pose a challenge for John Campbell.
Yeah, especially with that overspin, this ball skidding, still new, skidding off the turf. Missed his length there, a bit too full. As you said, Jimmy, this is the matchup he's been relishing. Jayasuriya opting to go with the sweep through the gap for 4. Good positive stuff that from Johnny Campbell. A 4 to end the 9th. The players will have a drink. Join us after the break.
52 runs and 1 wicket so far in this post-lunch session. West Indies openers have been watchful, but not afraid to make use of boundary scoring opportunities. Talking about boundaries in the last over, the sweep came out. John Campbell just getting forward, hitting this one from outside off. Samuel Badri alongside me. Sam, spin and pace in operation. Sri Lanka searching for 10 wicket-taking deliveries.
Hello Darren, hello everyone. It's been a difficult test match pitch for the bowlers. It's the common theme that we've been discussing all test long, and nothing hasn't changed really from that standpoint. Yeah, a little bad bounce there, caught him in the teeth. Seems to be okay. So it's a nice little opportunity. Let's see that bounce from his hand onto his face. Nice little opportunity for this opening pair to augment this partnership that has been growing nicely in the recent past.
Nicely defended from Brandon King. We know he's a very good front foot player. And I'll be keeping my eye on his technique. I'm sure many of you viewers who follow Brandon King will know. Know that he loves to drive the ball. At times, he finds himself heavily planted onto that front foot when his weight should be transferred onto the back to allow him to hit the ball off the back foot and play those back foot strokes. And every batter's technique is different, Samuel and viewers. Some batters, they use triggers to just get themselves in a state of readiness to play the ball, to judge the length. But in my estimation, Brandon King is too committed on the front foot. Let's have a look and do a comparison. Keep your eyes bottom of screen, Brandon King. He has a little forward press where that front foot gets forward, but then it goes further forward. An overcommittal with his technique. This is even before he's judging the length of the ball. Now on the top, it's Udara, who just goes forward with a balanced weight which allows him to get his head behind the crease and play off the back foot. So my point there is when you use a trigger, make sure you're in a position to push your weight forward or back. Look at the head position in relation to that pop-in crease. Brandon King way ahead. Udara with a short of a length delivery gets his body weight behind the crease and allows for access to play square of the wicket and back foot strokes. Brandon King is still forward, so he restricts his options. End of the over, 34 without loss. Full complement of 10 wickets for the West Indies. Theoretically speaking, 51 overs remaining in the day's play. Nicely played by John Campbell. Just saying, with that technical side of the game, of course, coaching methodologies today speak to using the individuality of the player. Coaching is not so instructional as yesteryear. So as a batter, you got to find a way that gives you an advantage over the bowler. Find a way to position yourself for options. Options to defend, options for run scoring. Just going down the leg side. And for Brandon King, he has to bring his back foot game more into his batting. Last thing you want to do is become a one-dimensional player where teams can restrict your run scoring, limit you, and exploit certain deficiencies where you can't give your best.
Yeah, quietly, Vijay Sundara has been brought into the attack, still searching for his first test wicket. Brandon King has been around for quite some time now in international cricket, franchise cricket, so he has come under scrutiny quite a lot. Goes around the wicket now to John Campbell. It's been a good little platform here. Blunted the Sri Lankans, knew exactly what they need to do, the West Indians.
Cut away. Just for a single. Brandon King got a start in the first innings, 17 from 26, and because he gets forward so early, he sort of lures himself into looking for a drive as against playing ball on merit. This was a good delivery. Just moving away from the right-hander. Itacita Fernando just making his strength, his weakness on that occasion. Look, it's just an observation, something for Brandon King to ponder on, maybe Darren Sammy too. Because when you play international cricket, and more so as a batter at the top of the innings, your technique, your approach is a work in progress. You're always learning about yourself, always learning about approaches that will make you more successful in your role. Leg by the signal. So 4 from the over. The West Indies, they move to 38 without loss. And time now for a little break, a drinks break. Few super fans at the ground. And for Ross and Chase, will be a memorable series. Secured his first win as West Indies Test captain. And at the moment, he's on the cusp of a first series win. Running thought through my head as if a team like Australia or India or England in this situation will be chasing that target. Maybe not England at the moment. But what would the top teams in this ICC Test Championship be thinking in this situation?
it's always going to be tough in just 2 sessions or just for the majority of 2 sessions. The bowling team always has that option of bowling that negative line and setting the field on one side. But still good conditions for batting as well. So yeah, it's interesting to know what they might have done. Jayasuriya switches ends now. So he's looking for that drift into the right-hander with the wind across at this venue. And John Campbell now will be hitting into the wind. A crisp sweep shot last over.
What's his line? What's the line for Jayasuriya? Goes an off-stump line. Goes into that silly mid-on. Did see him operate against Amir Django, and it was that wider line outside the off-stump that got Django eventually caught at short leg. More like that line. 5th stump. But negotiated well by John Campbell. 40 without loss. While we track this very important test match, of course, FIFA World Cup matches unfolding. Around the 16 matches, all the Argentina fans very happy at this point in time.
Wait! No!
Samuel, I saw a frown on your face. I don't know which team you support at the FIFA World Cup.
While that was a wild game, it's still ensuing. Wonderful, wonderful to watch.
Just nearly sneaked through. A lowering of bounce. And a nice little question asked by Vijay Sundara.
He's still searching for his first test. Look at that movement. And just a whisker away from that off stump. Almost had him. That bounce as well. Yep. Continues to get lower here at the stadium.
That's beautifully played. I was waiting to see if the fielder could get around. The placement was immaculate from Campbell. And he's motoring along. Races up to 22 now.
Yeah, nice and tall on top of the bounce, putting the delivery behind him. That was a more conventional bounce. That's one of the important traits to have as a batter, forgetting the previous delivery.
Yeah.
Fourth innings batting is, of course, very challenging in test match cricket. Requires a different level of mental toughness. Most of the times you're batting on the 4th, 5th day of a match. Call for 2. We'll see for that single. But it's actually batting when you're suffering from exhaustion, physically, mentally. You have to now bat on a surface where there's wear and tear. Various things are happening. Ball keeping low at times. Turn becoming a little more significant. So there needs to be an adjustment to your technique, your mindset. And then how do you marry all those elements to respond to the situation of the game, as in this instance for the West Indies? 46 without loss. Following this test match, the West Indies will go head-on with New Zealand. 5 one-day internationals. As you just saw, 3 of those 5 matches in Guyana at Providence. So international cricket moving to Guyana on the South American mainland. And that ODI series against New Zealand will culminate in Barbados, where 2 further matches will be played at the Kensington Oval.
And it comes swiftly after this one, after this series, a red ball series into a white ball series. So a lot of these players would have to make that adjustment quite quickly, and it's an important one for the West Indians, particularly as they search for automatic qualification for the World Cup. Valuable points up for grabs.
Good.
Yeah, so they'll have that on the back of their mind as soon as this one is over. They'll start preparing for that. Some of them might have already started. New Zealanders would no doubt be in Guyana getting themselves prepared for that series and those conditions, which will be markedly different to what they're used to. So the West Indians are hoping that in familiar conditions at home, they can get the better of the Kiwis. Mention those valuable points up for grabs. Looks really good, John Campbell, when he's on song, when he's focused. Never so often he finds a lapse in concentration. So far, so good. There is an outside edge short of the fielder, though. 49 without loss.
Record number of runs in this test match. Never have we seen this in test match cricket between these 2 teams. Was there a little deflection? No worry for Brandon King. A little extra bounce down leg. Kusal Mendes
as efficient as ever behind the stumps.
Yeah, this one took off upon pitching. And there was some part of the body on the way through. A quick chat between the batters as well, perhaps looking to take some time out of the game.
That's a 50 partnership between King and Campbell. This is becoming a trend. Is this a sign of great things to come from these two in this format at the top? They have 100-run partnership and 350-run stands. This will make it 4.
Yeah, really good combination, right, left to begin with. And then very familiar with each other, both hailing from Jamaica. So it's a nice pairing at the top for the West Indians. Quite productive at the moment.
That's 4. Earn down the leg side, making light work for John Campbell, who's showing very good balance in this innings.
The faithfuls are still here, looking on at this contest. Errant in line from around the wicket, the angle as well, taking it further down, neatly tucked away.
You thought he was going to come? Yeah, don't do that. Best team in the world. Apart from that, Argentina. Hey, yes. Apart from Liverpool, Argentina.
Nicely bowled. That one just blowing away from the left-hander. 54 without loss. Intense cricket happening on the periphery of the ground. Some aggression from that fast bowler.
Another.
Yeah, let's see what Jayasuriya does to King now with that wind coming across. Usually flights it quite generously. Just like that. Tempting and teasing.
Brandon King will be very comfortable on that front foot. But Jayasuriya has to find a way to get Brandon King to adjust that front foot to play off the back. That's when he's most vulnerable. Just like there. But he's equal to the task on that occasion. Good movement of that back leg.
Good position for the back foot punch.
I just wonder if they can use another catcher in close on the offside to make him tentative going on the front foot. They've got a lot of runs to play with. The West Indians aren't going after the score, so maybe a couple more attacking fielders to try to force the issue.
He's looked very confident. John Campbell on phase with the rough area outside the off stump. There again, defended well. Just one from the over, 55 without loss.
Runs scored in the session, 55 of them by the West Indies, this opening pair of Campbell and King. Vijay Sundara still toiling away for his, what would be his first international test wicket. So both openers on 28 and 26 apiece for Campbell and King. I'm joined here by Stacey and King. Stacey and Adams. My bad. There. Where did I get that from?
I can tell you right now it's from Samuel Badri.
So we see these two openers putting on another 50-run partnership. Both of them have gotten starts. What should they be looking for here, Stacey, given the amount of time left in this game?
Yeah, it is still a very good batting track. These two with an extremely good start. Just what West Indies would have wanted in their response. And they do have that sort of batting West Indies, a number of these players in that white ball squad, to launch an all-out attack if they want to. But quite sedate so far. It's just a matter of assessing where they are at the end of tea. Yeah, it's just a matter of assessing where they are heading into that tea break, to see if they potentially back themselves into a position where they could perhaps think, you know, I think we can go 2 up. I think we can take that second test match. Yeah, but for now, as I said, West Indies, they don't need to chase anything in this contest. They're going to win the series, whether they draw this match or win it.
There's been nothing really to alarm either batsman in this innings. We've seen one delivery, or I can recall one delivery from Asita Fernando, keeping a little bit low to Brandon King. Nothing really spitting out of the rough for the spinner Jairus Surya. It's all been rather sedate here, the West Indies innings. End of the 17th, 55 without loss. 6 boundaries in the West Indies, total of 55 without loss. 28 singles. Jayasuriya to continue bowling over the wicket to the left-handed Campbell. Still with a lead of 247 and a pretty defensive field, certainly on the offside to Campbell. Surely you'd be tempted to put a man at Silimidov, currently having a cover on the boundary, a deep backward point on the boundary. For me, even if John Campbell were to play the reverse sweep, I would want him to be playing the reverse sweep out of the rough. Give him the shot. You've got 200, nearly 250 lead. Surely you can't be having a lead like that at this point in the game. As we see John Campbell electing to use his throat or getting hit from his shoulder into his throat.
Yeah, looking to attempt the reverse sweep on that occasion. Top edge, I think, on it, a bit of bounce. I took it into his throat.
Explain this defensive field on the offside, Stacey. Why would Sri Lanka with a 247 run lead? Surely.
I'm wondering myself if they're playing for the draw, Jimmy. But it seems to be very clear. They do want him to play more to that onside, and they're hoping that the bowling can accommodate that with the way the field is set, and perhaps just have that space as well to tempt him. You saw him tempted to play that reverse sweep previously.
Oh, yes. Good bowling, good bowling. Bowling, Papi. Come, Papi, come, Papi.
Strong appeal to a ball that went straight on. The umpire saying not out. Captain not interested, so a maiden. Score remains on 55 without loss. West Indies still 247 behind. This was the appeal from the last ball of the previous over. An initial shout from Jayasuriya, and then on reconsideration, not really interested. Asita Fernando coming back into the attack from the Sir Andy Roberts end. He replaces Vijay Sundara, who bowled a short spell of 4 overs. Few games being played between the Sri Lankan captain and umpire Raza. Confirmation that there was no contact made. Short and hooked. Some work to be done. And a brilliant piece of fielding from the veteran Chandimal.
Yeah, it was short, but not a lot of life in it. Just sat up there to be hit. Good work by Chandimal on the boundary. And I like this from this West Indian pair, although, you know, they're in a position where they're looking to save the test match, you'll say. any opportunities to score, they are taking it. There's great positivity from the pair out there.
Just nothing for these bowlers. Pretty much the story of the entire test match has been swing for those who can swing it. Nothing from the surface. No zip. No balls really deviating off the pitch. No real bounce, no real life. There is enough carry where edges have gone to hand. But that lack of movement off the wicket has really made it a surface that favors hugely batters from both teams. Campbell cuts, he'll only get a single. And both teams have really cashed in, truth be told. Records being set now in terms of runs scored in a test match.
It has been a very good pitch to bat on from day one. And one thing I'll say of the Sri Lankans, though, they're not short of plans. They have a number of plans that they went to in that first innings to dismiss West Indies for 499. Specifically that short ball ploy. Don't think it will be too long before they go to it.
So we've seen this before. Asitan looking to revert to his short ball ploy with a heavily weighted leg side field. Fine leg. A man at 45 catching halfway. A square leg just to the left of the umpire. Deep forward square leg on the boundary. A mid-wicket catching halfway. And a man at short mid-on. And that will be strengthened even further. They've decided to put a man at forward short leg under the helmet. So a 7-2 field, just a short extra cover catching and a third man on the offside for Asita Fernando. "19 overs completed, 59 without loss." So after 19 overs, the West Indies have progressed to 59 without loss. Asita Fernando looking to go short. Brandon King advancing strangely down the wicket. That was the delivery to finish the last over. Campbell using his feet on that occasion. Brandon King advancing towards what he knew would be a short pitch delivery. Interesting approach. I'm sure both batter and bowler will take this up further.
Yeah, this is also the highest opening partnership in the series. These two had a previous best of 58 between both of the teams. So a really good effort, I must say. These two, yes, they have, I say, given it away when they get good starts, but they have given the team relatively good starts throughout the series.
Big appeal for LBW and supported by umpire Raza. Potentially a breakthrough here for Sri Lanka, searching desperately for that first wicket. And we'll wait to see if Brandon King will review. And he has taken the review.
TV umpire to director, we have a player review for LBW. On-field decision is out. It's a fair delivery. Let me have a look at the front end first, please. Does not appear to be any bat involved, but need to check that with the outrage. Keep rolling. Clear gap as the ball passes the bat. Satisfied, no bat involved. Ball tracking whenever it is ready, please. Original decision is out. Pitching in line, impact in line, and wickets missing. Asan, you need to change your decision. Stand by. No. Your screen signal now.
So a reprieve, in a sense, for Brandon King. A reversal of the initial decision. Technology suggesting the ball would have missed because of height.
Second sweep shot attempted by King in that over as well. He missed the first one. Lucky on this occasion. He couldn't connect on the previous sweep shot. Went ahead once more. Just saved by the bounce.
Jayasuriya on this occasion suffering for his height and height of delivery. Watchfully defensive to end the over. It's 60 without loss. Partnership of 60 at the top of the West Indian innings. John Campbell on 30 from 50. Brandon King, his partner, on 29. Asita Fernanda to continue to Campbell, coming around the wicket into the left-hander. Brandon King missing that attempted sweep shot. And maybe because of the hardness of the ball, getting a little bit more bounce than he would have wanted on this occasion. Spinners thrive off bounce, but it proved to be Jayasuriya's downfall. Both bowler and umpire looking a little bit bemused. The umpire could smile, Jayasuriya wasn't feeling or seeing the humor in it.
Yeah. It was a late decision to go for the review as well. I think Campbell convinced him. They had a good chat about it and then decided, you know what, let's take the review. A very good decision indeed.
I don't think I would have been thinking too much about taking a review had I been in that situation. Last day of a test match. Good batting wicket. On a start. So let's see this duel beginning again. King had advanced to him the last time he came with a short ball attack. That's it, Fernando. Caused so much discomfort for the middle and lower order batters in the West Indies first innings. Slightly different ball. It's a harder ball on this occasion. It's going to bounce a little bit higher. Sometimes batsmen find it a little bit uncomfortable when those bouncers level off and stay head height rather than bounce higher, and from early they see it as going over the head. So it might not have the same impact, but we'll see. King is an attacking player. Quite sedately running that down to third man for a single. This is a period where the West Indies think tank would be hoping that John Campbell is introducing some kind of an intervention into his thinking. He's been dismissed quite a few times in this period of his innings in the past.
No!
Another start in Test cricket. But for a relatively inexperienced opening pair, they haven't batted that much together in Test cricket. They haven't really done that badly since batting together, since they started this journey together. And the West Indies, in wanting to carry on improving the Test team, a lot of good Test teams are built around good opening partnerships. And they'd be really hoping that this could be the start of one. Two runs from that over, 62 without loss. After 21 overs in their second innings, the West Indies have progressed quite untroubled to 62 without loss. One appeal against Brandon King being turned down by the third umpire. Jayasuriya to continue. "39 overs scheduled after this one in the day's play." With not that long left to tee, both batsmen should be thinking about coming into the break with the wickets intact.
It hasn't looked threatening at all from Sri Lanka since lunch. That will no doubt worry them. They are on the hunt for wickets. It looked quite easy for these two. It's just a matter of them, Campbell and King. We spoke of Campbell not converting. I think King would also feel that he is in a similar position where he has gotten some good starts and just not gone on to get those big scores. You know, both of them, King in particular, would have sat down and seen the middle order capitalize and get hundreds, and I'm sure they would have sat down and had a long think about it. Good conditions. I am set out there, so just continue batting as long as possible.
Another big shout from Jayasuriya. Again, a decision to be made by the Sri Lankan captain, Dhananjaya De Silva. And he's gone upstairs, so we'll have to wait and see once again.
TV umpire to director, we have a player review for LBW. On-field decision is not out. It's a fair delivery. Front and first, please. Can I have authorized to check if there is any bat involved? Yeah, flat line as the ball passes the bat, satisfied, no bat involved. Ball tracking whenever it is ready, please. Original decision is not out. Pitching in line, impact in line, and wicket umpire's call. Asan, you'll be staying with your not out decision. Stand by. You're on screen, signal now.
So technology agreeing this time with umpire Raza. That completed the 22nd over at 62 without loss. .62 without loss to West Indies. Asita Fernando to continue from the Sir Andy Roberts end. So 2 scares for Brandon King in successive overs from Jayasuriya. This one pitching in line, but not enough of the ball making contact to cause a reversal of the umpire's decision. And once again, Fernando reverts to his short ball ploy with his heavily weighted onside field. What could be the final over going into the tea break. Helped down to fine leg by Brandon King. Always in control, just staying on top of it, paddling it down almost.
Yes, very close call in that previous over, and you look back at that last minute decision, and I'm thinking, you have nothing to lose, Sri Lanka. You have 3 reviews. Why not take it? It was much closer.
It does speak a little bit to the fact that these reviews have become part of strategy by teams, when to use them, when not to use them. You have to weigh up the fact that you could run into a situation where you need a review to get a positive decision in your favor later on in the innings. So it's not just something that's taken very lightly. Captains have to be conscious of, can I afford to lose a review here based on where I see the game going maybe half an hour or in an hour's time? We know we saw the Sri Lankan captain smiling through it, but there is some thinking behind it.
Yeah, definitely, and a lot of it comes down to the confidence in the bowler and his appeal. He had a very confident appeal. He thought it was adjacent, and look at the replay, it was much closer than any one of them thought. And you go back to that first innings as well, they did waste 2 reviews and then they were reluctant thereafter, so perhaps a bit of that as well playing in their minds.
There's also the human psychology side of it. Most captains tend to put more weighting on the response from the wicketkeeper versus the bowler. The bowlers are emotionally wrapped up in that decision. Conflict of interest, so to speak. So in a lot of times you will see captains looking to the wicketkeeper first as the man who is in line with the appeal, especially for an LBW appeal, rather than the bowler who, by the time ball hits pad, has veered off to an angle. As I said, emotionally involved in the decision and really eager for any chance of getting another wicket.
We have seen a lot of that as well from Kusal Mendes behind the stump. He too has been eager and forced the captain into some decisions that he should not have made.
Solid in defence. End of the 23rd over. The West Indies will go into the tea break without losing a wicket, 65 without loss. Still 237 runs behind. If they were to win this game, West Indies will be really pleased with the approach taken by their openers, John Campbell and Brandon King. They've negotiated this first section of the job that needs to be done today to secure a first series win for their captain, Ruston Chase. Sri Lanka having used 4 bowlers, all wicketless, and the wicket continues to be one that is producing more runs than wickets. So let's go downstairs and see what our man on the ground, Gerard, has for us.
Yeah, I've got batting coach Floyd Reefer for the West Indies here with me. Coach, another 50 partnership for the openers. How pleased are you to see how much of a platform they've given this team?
Well, these guys been batting well together. This is about the 450-run partnership plus a 100-run partnership from before, so we're happy.
And tell me, how much would you agree with the idea of going after the target, given how the batting conditions are?
Many conditions are still good for batting, but for us it's just the bat of the day.
What's going to be the biggest challenge going into the final session?
I don't see a challenge. Right now the two openers are doing well. It's just a matter for them to start again and just break down the game into the next hour segment.
Thank you, Coach.
Thank you.
So the thoughts of the West Indies batting coach Floyd Reefer there, just confirmation, 139 runs scored in the first session here in Antigua, 85 so far in the second, with just the loss of that final Sri Lankan wicket. Time for a break, and when we come back we'll have Darren in the middle. That is top class.
Tea time here in this second test match on day 5. The West Indies making a solid effort with the bat the second time around. 65 without loss. John Campbell 33, Brandon King 31. And the West Indies, they trail by 236 runs. Of course, just about 38 overs remaining in the day. Well, we're out in the middle. We're getting that sprinkle. I know Mali Richards, you've been talking about my forecasting of the weather. Here's the evidence, Mali. Samuel Badri here too. Gents, Samuel, I'll come to you first. When you look at what the West Indies showed with the bat, did it surprise you in terms of the approach?
No, it didn't surprise me whatsoever. That's exactly what they wanted to do, given the state of the game. In terms of the pitch, there is some areas of concern here for John Campbell in particular, if he's batting at this circle, the Ambrose end. Similar area to where Amir Django was dismissed. What I want to see though, if I'm batting left-handed, the bowler is bowling, I want to see another fielder position in front of him. So that silly mid-off, there is that fielder there for the catch. He is less so for the catch than he is to put sort of ideas in the batter's mind. So you're seeing that person feeling there. You might be a little bit tentative going on that front foot. I have to be careful. They just mark the lines. I don't want to get any paint on my shoes. But I want to see another fielder there in addition to keeping the silly mid on and just target this area. Even if you're operating from this end and bowling on the opposite end, both ends are very similar in what they have to offer.
Well, we saw 8 overs from Prabhat Jayasuriya. Over number 20, over number 22, there were 2 very close appeals to get the wicket of Brandon King. He survived both. Mali, some may say that West Indies now have a platform to probably show a little more intent to get close to that target. Do you agree?
No, I wouldn't agree. Considering the context of the series, West Indies 1-0 up. They don't want to be forcing the issue too much here in this final innings. I think just continue in the same vein, the West Indies, hopefully not lose any more wickets, and it should be a safe draw for them and also a series win.
Yeah, well, that was just a thought. Sri Lanka will still have hope that they can get 10 wickets to win this test match. As we continue this chat, the covers are coming on right now. The rain is coming down, so this may really change the nature of this test match. For now, we'll have to pause to allow the ground staff to do their work. We're going to throw back to Combox for them to take over as the rain comes down here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium.
Yeah, Sri Lanka searching for 10 wickets, and what's worse, the showers are coming down. They'll be hoping that it's just a quick break. They're still on the hunt. Another deterrent in their way. As the covers come on, fully in place as well. Yeah, so he uses that quite well. He reads the situation of the game very well. Like, you look at how he handled things out there this morning. He knew that Sri Lanka was under pressure, you know, utilizing Kavim Hodge. That's something that a lot of people didn't see coming. He managed to pick up the wicket just to slow down the game a bit. So I think he's handled himself quite well, and he has some runs as well behind him. So that will add to that confidence.
You see there, the West Indies 65 without loss. Campbell 33 not out, and Brandon King 31. It's been a good, positive response this from the West Indies. Wicketless for the Sri Lankans. In this match, they've gone long periods without taking a wicket. They would have been hoping to at least see a couple in the wicket column going into this, the final session. These are the highlights of the day so far. Sri Lanka coming out looking to press home their advantage, looking to post a competitive total. Milan Ratnaika had to go run out from the non-striker's end, but they looked to press home, keep that positive intent. That 6 there coming up, and they finished 9 down. The Sri Lankans gave the West Indies 301 in which to win this test match. It was an assured start from the West Indian opening pair. No real alarms. Still a very good pitch. There was this though, miscommunication and a run-out chance. Brandon King lucky not to be run out in that situation, but John Campbell, he just continued on his merry way. Shots on both sides of the wicket. There's his spin and pace, he looked quite assured. Hasn't been the most accurate of performances from Sri Lanka with the ball. This was close though, this was close. It was given on field. Brandon Kim went up immediately. And with this hard new ball, it was deemed to be just bouncing over the top. So that extra bounce coming to the aid of Brandon King on this occasion. Jayasuriya still hunting his first wicket in the second innings. Darren Sammy having a bit of a chuckle about that. So the West Indies went into the break unscathed. And here they come, 65 without loss, the right-hand, left-hand combination. So that rain hasn't had too much of an effect here. But taken another, what, 10 to 15 minutes or so out the game. And it seems, unless Sri Lanka can take wickets and take wickets in a hurry, they're definitely going to run out of time here, Stacey.
In a hurry is the call indeed, Mali. Got to get wickets in a cluster. How they are going to do that? That is the question. These two remain been quite good, I'd say, these two. Yes, there was that scare over a tour ago, but apart from that, not a lot happening for the Sri Lankan bowlers.
Yeah, I think Prabhath Jayasuriya, maybe Asita Fernando are their best options at this stage. It would be Prabhath Jayasuriya to start. As you can see there, there's still those footmarks outside the left-handers off stump. But so far, they've proven largely inconsequential.
Yeah, that's also good from Sri Lanka. They have their best options that they believe can get them a wicket in operation. Not sure if Fernando will continue after the tea break. Had long spells in this match, Fernando. But these two together, 8 wickets for Sri Lanka in that first innings. Hunting in pairs at the moment.
Still the one close-in catcher on the onside. Obviously, doesn't have those foot marks outside the right-handers off stump in which to aim for. Still a very good pitch this here on day 5. Very good indeed. We keep an eye on the speeds so far, operating roughly 79, 80 Ks. When will the quicker one come, that arm ball? Not yet. Just one from the first over post-lunch, 66 without loss. Post-T, sorry. Seems like Darren Ganga will have to wait a little longer for that apology based on the weather forecast. That rain has come and gone quite quickly indeed. Not too much of an effect. It'll be Wijasundara to continue from the Sir Andy Roberts end.
Well, he'll say there was a sprinkle. Rain came, not for long, but it did come. But it looked quite ominous about 10 minutes or so ago, and it's bright sunshine all of a sudden.
Yeah, right on the money, Stacey, and that stiff breeze that we've grown accustomed to here has just carried the clouds around this ground. As you were saying, it did look very ominous indeed. Wijasundara operating with a very straight catching mid-off to Brandon King. Obviously, they're hunting wickets, so they're trying to find creative ways in which to do so. A straight catching mid-on as well. So they're trying to crowd Brandon King here. Maybe if he doesn't get on top of one, hit it in the air there, and the fielders are in position.
And of course, he's going to try and bowl a fuller line. Just a bit too full on that occasion. But I like this from Sri Lanka. You cannot afford to let the game just drift away from you. You're hunting wickets. You want to level the series. So it's good that they've decided to just have those two fielders in the eye line of Brandon King, showing quite an attacking mindset from skipper De Silva.
That's exactly what's required, Stacey Ann. 10 wickets to win this match. It's looking highly improbable at this stage. They're trying to play on the strength of a Brandon King here. Loves the deliveries full, loves planting that front foot and playing those drives. And we've seen him be dismissed in that region in this series, in the cover region. Probably doing a bit too much, that one. Not sure. There's a bit of two sounds as well. Not sure if it took a bit of bat. They won't go upstairs.
Yeah, he's hunting for that first wicket, isn't he? Wijasundara hasn't had it just yet. It's his debut match. But one of the other things I like about the field is the lines that the bowler is required to bowl. It helps him to just focus where he needs to. Doesn't need to veer off outside the off stump or short. He wants him to keep it straight.
That's a sweet shot again, but picks out the fielder. It was Dhananjaya De Silva there doing the fielding. Wijasundara, his wait for a maiden test wicket continues. Thought he was close at times in this match. Had a decision overturned. Yeah, that double pump action. Every now and again, he just throws that in. That one was down the leg side, 67 without loss. Few spectators still in the ground, taking in the action here late on day 5. It'll be Jayasuriya with those foot marks outside the left-handers off stump to aim at. Interestingly, just the one close catcher in. So now Campbell gets off strike. The plans will have to change. This left-hand, right-hand combination. Opting to go around the wicket. Turn and bounce. Turn and bounce from Jayasuriya.
This is skill from Jayasuriya, and we've spoken at length about the rough outside the off stump. The left-handers off stump, that is. This is the leg side of the right-handed batter, and suggestions about probably hitting it into that rough, but he's trusting his process as a bowler and sticking to what he sees as best to get a wicket. Had a few close calls though.
Oh!
Just using his pace variation, flight as well. So not too bothered with the rough, Jayasuriya.
That delivery that beat Brandon King. Very similar delivery to the one that removed Kavem Hodge. Pitched just on or about that off stump. Big turn away. There again. Not sure that was at a catchable height. The replays would tell us. Goes into the boundary for 4. So threatening the outside edge here is Jayasuriya.
Certainly looked to be a fortunate boundary. It was very close. It was quite low as well. He couldn't get down. Would have been a wonderful effort if he had gotten that. If he had got to that Dhananjaya De Silva. He's not pleased. But certainly making things happen to Brandon King, Jayasuriya. Had those 2 LBW shouts, and he's not quite picking him. Not quite sure whether to play him forward or back. King.
Oh!
The end of good Jayasuriya over, 72 without loss. Sri Lanka wicketless so far in the second innings. There'll be Wijayasundara. There'll be Wijayasundara to continue from the Sir Andy Roberts end. His hunt for a first test wicket continues.
No run.
bowled 29 overs in that first innings. Conceded 108, went wicketless. So far, here he's into his 6th over. But we've had players who've had to wait a long time to pick up their first Test wicket, Stacey Ann. In fact, the current West Indian player manager, Raw Lewis, he had to wait 585 balls. It took him 3 Test matches in which to pick up his first wicket. In the end, he picked up that 1 wicket for 318.
Yeah, Raw Lewis, leg spinner from Grenada, played for the Windward Islands as well. Yeah, Windies Sundara, he'll be hoping that he doesn't have to wait that long, Mali.
He's created opportunities at times. Chances have been created, haven't been taken. And as we said, he had that overturned decision.
The man blind.
It's again not carrying through to the wicket keeper. It's been a decent smattering of supporters so far throughout. Another no ball again by Windies Sundara. Just overstriding, nothing behind that front line. And another decent opening partnership, this 75 without loss. They've gotten past that. They put on 50 plus on quite a few occasions now. Best of 112. So we're seeing the makings of a decent opening partnership here, Stacey Ann. It's been a struggle for the West Indies in recent times. This one's cut away. Man on the boundary will do the fielding. End of the 27th, 76 without loss. .226 for the West Indies. There were 499 replied to Sri Lanka's 549 for 9. Sri Lanka finished on 251, setting the West Indies 301 to win, and they are 76 without loss after 27 overs. Stacey, you were just mentioning something to me off air. Got those foot marks outside the left-handers off stump. Ups to go down the ground. High and handsome from Johnny Campbell.
Yeah, terrific strike from John Campbell. Yeah, he's got that rough now to his advantage. But John Campbell, using his feet to perfection, advancing to it. Just looped up there from Jayasuriya. It's a well-executed shot from Campbell. To take back to that first match where he came down the track and tried to hit Dinusha for 6. On that occasion, and a lot more control. He didn't try to get the distance on it, just decided to get it past the man. He just wanted to get the elevation over the fielder, and he got 6 as a result. So good thinking being shown here from John Campbell.
There again, just missing that rough area, Prabhath Jayasuriya. I think Stacey, and if we compare the those two shots, the dismissal versus Dinusha and that 6 off Jayasuriya, you see the difference was he got to the pitch of this delivery from Jayasuriya, wasn't quite to the pitch of the Dinusha ball and went through anyway. 7 from the 28th, 83 without loss. Brandon King 36 off 100 and Johnny Campbell 45 of 69. From Brandon King's perspective, you can tell he's really wanted to dig in here in this his final test innings in this series, seeing it as a real opportunity to finish with a score.
Yeah, both of the batters really looking to finish strong for West Indies. They get a score behind their name. There is a white ball series coming up. Both of these players will feature. Then the test match right after. And Campbell, one of the things I'll say also about that dismissal, he was trying to hit it so hard, hit it out of the park. It's been such good control from him, not trying to overhit it, just timing it, allowing it to come to him, and looks much more in control in this innings.
Been a lot made of the dismissal in the first innings from Johnny Campbell. But if we really look back through that time he spent at the crease, up until that point, he was making such sound decisions. So he has to constantly be on top of his mental game. Can't afford too many lapses, even here in this situation.
No run.
And then, you know, it's about subjugating your natural instincts. Yes, he's naturally attacking. Even in this dismissal, just deciding, I mean, self-inflicted really, Mali. Didn't need to take on the short ball. You saw the plan, the field was set. It's a matter of just learning from these sort of dismissals, thinking back to how you can approach it for the next time. There must be growth. That's what he should be thinking. So yes, you got dismissed, you are disappointed, but what do you do? What do you do when you pick up the bat, when the next innings come around? You want to see that growth in your thinking and your mindset so that you can get the output that you want.
He was a stand-in captain when Roston Chase had to go off injured, that finger injury, so he's well respected by the backroom staff. He's one of the leaders of this team. so far today. He's played like a leader. Things could have been oh so different. I was worrying about the West Indian approach in this second innings. The way they've played, they've allayed all fears. They've just taken what's come to them. And they haven't really given the Sri Lankans a sniff, and that's exactly what they would have wanted. One delivery remaining.
Yeah.
One to end, it's 84 without loss.
That lead being eroded by the West Indian opening pair. 84 without loss now. So impressed with this man on screen, John Campbell. How clinical he's been with his stroke play. The precision with his footwork. LBW shout. Unmoved the umpire. Prabhat Jayasuriya continues to operate from round the wicket to the left-handed John Campbell. Nice use of the feet once more. He's used all his options, Samuel Badri. John Campbell showing good defense, playing back, using the depth of the crease, advancing at times.
Yeah, still trusting the surface. Yeah, you're right. It has been another impressive innings from John Campbell. On the cusp of another test match half-century. We've spoken at length about him losing concentration during this phase. And truth be told, he looks really good up until the decision when he gets out. Outside of that, he looks very compact. Can he fix that issue? Really like the way that he has constructed this innings. It could have been tricky for the West Indians. Both him and Brandon King, they have forged a wonderful partnership at the top of the order. Ground staff getting active. Normally Richards and Darren has been predicting whether all test match 85 without loss.
Guilford wins. Things just going downhill in terms of the weather here at North Sound. It was forecasted though. If Marley Richards did his research, he'll know that rain was forecasted on the 5th day of this test. Often talk about the 1%ers, so crucial for decision making. Ratnaika. Beautiful conditions for fast bowlers. Sun behind the cloud. There is a strong wind. And conditions nice and cool.
In addition to the ground staff getting prepared, I just look downstairs and I see our sound man, Colin. He too is on the boundaries there getting prepared to make his way out. And defend. in the event that rain does come. Yeah, that's our songman there, Colin. He's been around West Indian cricket for such a long time. He has to sprint out to the middle before the ground staff gets the covers on to remove the stump mic. It will be a race on.
Runs. Kusal Mendes couldn't stop this one, so 4 byes. Goes to his record.
Right, so the ground staff, they're bringing the covers on, or they want to anyway. Colin is almost halfway there as well. Right, so the race is on. There he goes. Just a little look, a glance to his left. He gets there in time. Great stuff.
Yeah, just impressive. How he inhales and exhales. Maximum speed to get the job done. Good work, Colin. So another break because of rain. Remember, there was that slight delay previous to this one. The ground staff getting in motion, getting the covers on, protecting the square. And the West Indies will get a chance to pause, to reflect on where they're at. 89 without loss. We enter the 31st over of this second innings of theirs. Sri Lanka 2. We'll see that chance of winning this test match slipping away. And this is why. Because of that resolute batting from the opening pair. Once more, their 5th 50-run partnership. John Campbell, he's looked like a man possessed with the bat. Brandon King too, very efficient for his 36. And Sri Lanka, they've thrown 4 bowlers at the West Indians. Jayasuriya looked the most threatening. A couple times they went for the review, but the pair of the West Indians at the top still there. So it's been a long test match, one dominated by the bat. As you can see, Sri Lanka batting first, put on a mammoth 549 for 9. West Indies in response, they were very good as well. 499. Sri Lanka led by 50 runs at that stage. Then Sri Lanka batting a second time, declared on 251 for 9, leaving the West Indies 302 if they were to win. And at the moment, they're just 217 runs adrift. So right, as we wait for this rain to subside, we're going to take a break and hopefully come back with more action on the other side.
That is absolutely perfect.
That is top class.
Welcome back to Antigua. And he'll rely a lot on players like Tom Latham, Mark Chapman, Darryl Mitchell too. Senior players who will carry this team. Jacob Duffy will lead that fast bowling attack. And it should be an exciting series in store for you. So this is the current situation at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. The covers are on, the ground staff, they've done their side of things. At the moment, all we can do is wait and watch. Sri Lanka will think that their chances of winning has already slipped away because there's more rain in the background. Remember the West Indies, they're 89 without loss. They haven't really given Sri Lanka a sniff in their second opportunity with the bat. So we remain optimistic, but things looking like it will go in a certain direction. We're going to take a break and we'll come back with more.
Absolutely perfect.
entire tournament in 10 minutes.
My radar says rain starting in 28 minutes.
Worried. Going start look like they agree with you. Must be dark behind. That's where it comes from, behind them. Hey, 89 low loss. When did the rain start? At the interval? At the
No, I think it started at, we came off at about 22.
yeah. So about 20 minutes before the interval, again. About 20 minutes before the interval, roughly.
Yeah, so now we're into play. We had the little rain break at the end of thing, didn't we? So we had
By the water break.
We had the break at the end. We had the rain during tea, didn't we? Which extended tea slightly.
Right.
And then we came off at. But we went to a break at 40, so I reckon 3:30 something, so about 35 minutes ago.
guys are going to take this out. They're going to move this one. I'm going to move this one.
That is top class. Welcome to play from the final session on day 5 of the second test between the West Indies and Sri Lanka here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium in Antigua. Rain delay that halted play after 30.5 overs. This was the story of the West Indies innings. John Campbell and Brandon King undisturbed, 89 without loss. Both approaching half centuries. Nothing to report for the Sri Lankan bowlers in this 30 overs. Sita Milan Jayasuriya and Vijay Sundara being used, and this is the match summary. 549 for 9 Sri Lanka in their first innings, a big 100 from Udara, 188 supported by Dinosha, 92. The West Indies replying with 499. Justin Graves and Shea Hope, hundreds apiece. Sri Lanka in their second innings, 251 for 9. A lead of 300, asking the West Indies to bat for the last time. Fires fall rifle. We had rain interruption, and they had all the equipment out clearing the water from the covers. Ground staff employed a lot of water to clear. Umpires happy with the state of the ground and due to restart. And it will be the opening pair for the West Indies of John Campbell and Brandon King. 89 without loss, 47 to John Campbell, approaching another test half century. Brandon King on 36. This man was halfway through his 7th over, Milan Ratnaika. He will take up the attack from the Sir Andy Roberts end, joined by my co-commentator Stacey Adams. Stacey, not much to play for now for either team by the looks of it.
Yeah, it's all just meandering to an inevitable draw. But, you know, West Indies, these two batters, it does present an opportunity to them to just continue to bat and fill their boots, you say. It's been a fruitful partnership so far for West Indies, 89 without loss. Campbell nearing a half century as a milestone. Just to condition their minds to bat long, bat in different situations, different conditions. So as much as they would have liked to be off, it's still an opportunity for them.
If I were sitting in the West Indies dugout, there are a few things that I would like, few boxes I would like to see ticked before this game comes to an end. A no ball called by umpire Rifle. Have to have some part of your foot behind the line, not just on it. So he'll have to bowl that delivery again, Ratnaika.
No run.
Yes, as I was saying, I would first of all like to see both batters get to this landmark, personal landmarks of half centuries. I would also, if possible, I would love to see them, if I were the coach, I would want a 100-run partnership. The partnership now worth 90. These are the milestones that help to build confidence in any team. And having had so many batting woes in the recent past,
No run.
any batting milestone that is achievable and within reach, I think the team and certainly the support staff would be really happy to seeing them achieve. Super fans, return of family, always watching cricket here in Antigua, loyal supporters of West Indies cricket. Outside edge to complete the 31st over, 90 without loss.
Next one. Middle.
90 without loss. Jayasuriya continuing from the Sir Curtly Ambrose end. Around the wicket. Couple of shouts to Brandon King before the break. Jayasuriya, both LBWs.
Boleh papi.
This is 13th over. Deciding not to appeal obvious inside edge. 55.5 overs in the first innings. Stacey. He'll be sleeping well on that flight home.
Yeah, that one kept low as well. Does bowl a lot, Jayasuriya, when he's in the side. Bowls a high percentage of their overs. So it's no surprise at all.
Watchful from King, a maiden from Jayasuriya, 90 without loss.
What? You just learn this? Down. Oh.
Breakdown of wickets across every day's play.
Thank you.
Sonal, the left arm spin of Sonal Dinusha. So double spin. Maybe it's time to give the seamers a rest, Stacey.
Yeah, it's no surprise. Perhaps trying to get to 40 overs quickly. They can shake hands at the end of 40 overs, according to the match referee. And you have to consider as well, they do have a series versus India in August. You don't want to risk injury to some of the bowlers. They already have a number of injured bowlers. Vishwa Fernando didn't take part in the series. Lahiru Kumara pulled up injured as well. Nasita Fernando has had a heavy workload in the series so far. So that will also be in the back of their minds, a series versus India in August.
This is a good point. There's a lot said these days about managing bowlers' workloads, and they have these zones where they say bowlers sometimes, after a certain amount of overs, within a period of time, you go into this so-called red zone where you're very susceptible to injury. I wouldn't be surprised if bowlers like Milan and Asita Fernando would probably be, if not in the red zone, very close to it. 33 overs gone, 91 without loss.
Lefty! Bye-bye! Thank you. Running round.
Jayasuriya to continue around the wicket now to the left-handed Campbell. Western is going into one-day cricket very shortly, so Stacey.
Yeah, they do have that New Zealand series coming up. In a matter of some days, really, John Campbell, he's a feature in that white ball squad. Brandon King as well, so a valuable knock still out there for the two of them.
Yeah, the question was posed to me recently about how we could judge form going into a white ball series if batters had time in the middle in a red ball series going into it. What value or what weighting could we put on where they are form-wise? It was an interesting discussion, given they're two different formats. Whatever that discussion, both these players still have a lot to play for. 92 without loss. Western is going quickly into one-day mode after this test match. Quite a few of these players will also feature.
Yeah, to that question that was posed to you, Jimmy, it is a lot to think about. I mean, for me, you're getting to spend time in the middle in a game situation. Yes, it is a test. I know that conditions will be different in Guyana as well. Yeah, but for me, it's still 50 overs. It's 300 balls. Sometimes you find guys thinking it's white ball stuff. They have to chase the game. So it's an opportunity for them to just try and get muted appeal. But as I said, for me, it's about spending time in the middle and having a net. 92 without loss.
Surya to begin his 15th, a slip under Silimidon Close catching for Brandon King.
They're looking to hurry through these overs, Dinusha and Jayasuriya.
Brilliant batting from Brandon King. Jayasuriya just over pitching by a fraction. And Brandon King with no flourish at all, just a straight batted push.
Yeah, and this also highlights the value to the conversation that we've been speaking about. It's a poor delivery, he recognized it and just pushes it down the ground. Didn't need to overhit it and get full value for it. And there you go again. Easy batting for Brandon King to bring up 100 for West Indies and takes him closer to 44. It's a 100 partnership as well.
Almost an exact replica of the stroke before covering it. Again, no great flourish, just enough of a punch. And Jayasuriya responds by asking his mid-on to drop 3/4 of the way back. Speak about wanting to achieve milestones. That brings King into his 40s, closer to another Test half-century. 100 partnership for the pair.
Overboard.
36 overs bowled, 100 without loss. And that is another Test half-century for John Campbell. His 4th in Test match cricket to go along with his solitary Test century. Congratulations from his partner, appreciation from his team. Clapping from the few spectators that are here. West Indies, as we look at John Campbell acknowledging his Test match 50. Took him 101 balls.
Yeah, very mature and responsible knock from John Campbell. It's really what the situation demanded. We know he has that ability to change gears, but even the length of time that was in the game, didn't really need to play that sort of role. Provided that stability at the top, another 100 runs partnership between these two. It's a lot to like about the pair, and sure West Indies are hoping that it will continue for a long time to come.
Bowling.
2 runs from the over, 102 without loss. The West Indies batting solidly towards the end of the day's play here in Antigua. John Campbell achieving his half-century in the over before. Brandon King 5 short of a test half-century for himself.
Yeah, and it's the first time as well John Campbell has gone back-to-back in one test match. Second 50 for him. Another 100 runs partnership as well that he has been involved in for West Indies. The last time there was 100 by the opening pair was 4 years ago between himself and Craig Brathwaite. John Campbell.
Goes for it, hits it high, hits it hard. So Brandon King brings up his 4th half-century in Test cricket, pulling Jayasuriya for a 6, takes it to 51.
A well-constructed half-century from Brandon King. Short delivery. Transfers his weight quickly and shows that he launched it all the way for a 6. Very well played from him. Yeah, there were those 2 opportunities, close calls from Sri Lanka, but apart from that, he's been quite stable at the crease, Brandon King.
Beaten. Good change of pace from Jayasuriya. And just the 6 in the over. It's 108 without loss. Dinusha continuing.
Yes, boy.
Campbell and King 3 away from equaling their 111 first wicket partnership in Mount Maunganui, New Zealand last year. It really means a lot to the team to get these milestones, to get those stats as strong as possible. Really helps to build the confidence in the team. Two more half-centuries, 100 partnership. Yes, the conditions are batting friendly, but still adds to the confidence. All the good teams have when they face situations, knowing that they have players who have performed under pressure before. Beaten all ends up. Brandon King. Dinusha getting some response from the pitch. Single from the over, 109 without loss. 50s apiece for the two West Indian openers. Man in your screen facing John Campbell. His partner, who also plays with him for Jamaica, Brandon King. They've done well this pair, King and Campbell. The West Indies would have not wanted any surprises in the second innings, and they've made really good use of what is still, this late on day 5, an excellent batting surface.
Oh, yes. Yeah, I'll say they have applied that knowledge from the first innings and the previous test match. Brandon King, I haven't seen a lot of drives from him. Number of times he's been dismissed in that fashion. So that's one tick in the box for him. Even saw the short ball try to John Campbell as well. He didn't attempt to be aggressive against the bowlers. But certainly applied knowledge from previous innings.
All about. Yep.
So there we have it, folks. The umpires have indicated that both teams can call it a day, no pun intended. Hands being shaken all around. West Indies, by virtue of drawing this test match, have won the series and have given Ruston Chase, the West Indies captain, his first series win as captain. Sri Lanka beginning the day looking for quick runs, ended up declaring just after lunch for a lead of 300, hoping to put pressure on the West Indies second time round, and having thrown everything at them, the West Indies finished the game on 109 without loss, having batted for 40 overs. Here we see the West Indies captain, Ruston Chase, coming down to shake hands with his opposite counterpart.
Yeah, they should feel proud with this victory. I think Sri Lanka, they threw a lot of positive, they threw a lot at them, I think, throughout batting and bowling equally. But in the end, West Indies triumphant. Especially, I think, the coaching staff will be particularly happy with how the players stood up with bat in hand. Brandon King, I think he'll feel very happy about his return in this second innings, batting not out. John Campbell as well. He'll be a proud man there at Ruston Chase. Sri Lanka, I think they were valiant opponents, but just not enough for them. A number of injuries as well in that camp. They had to change plans a number of times from that first test match. But still take nothing away from this first test match victory for West Indies under Ruston Chase.
Despite the result, there's a lot to be proud for on both sides. Sri Lanka, Mahiro Udara in just his third test match, big 100, 188. Hamindo Mendes, well played 84, half centuries also for Sal Mendes. And Sonal Dinusha, 8 short of what would have been his first test 100. West Indies saw Jaden Seals getting to his 100th test wicket. And then the West Indies in their first innings, half centuries from John Campbell to follow up his half century just completed. And hundreds apiece for Shea Hope, 112, a big 100, the 80 for Justin Graves. And who can forget that bowling effort from Asita Fernando in very batting friendly conditions, 5 for 130. match summary. 549 for 9. Sri Lanka, the West Indies chasing valiantly. 499 all out. Sri Lanka trying to set a total, declaring on 251 for 9 in their second innings. And the West Indies batting through to the end. 109 without loss. This is the schedule going forward. Sorry, this is a review of the series. The West Indies won, Sri Lanka won the one-day series 1-0, winning just one of 3 games in Jamaica, 2 games being rained out. The T20 series went to the West Indies by 2 games to 1, and the West Indies also clinching the Test series, having won the first Test here in Antigua, drawing this one the second. We'll take a short break and we'll be back on the other side with the presentation.
That is absolutely perfect.
That is top class. So a reminder of proceedings in this second Test match. Sri Lanka batted well in their first innings, 549 for 9, declared. The West Indies replied strongly with 499. Sri Lanka second time around, 251 for 9, a lead of 300, setting the West Indies. West Indies batted 40 overs to get to 109 without loss to ensure that the match was drawn and the series remains theirs. We're now ready for the presentation. Let's catch up with Samuel Badri.
5 days of attritional test match cricket. The result, a match drawn. Congratulations to the West Indies on winning the series 1-0. Welcome to the end of series presentation for this test series, West Indies versus Sri Lanka 2026. Cricket West Indies would like to thank the official sponsors of the series who have made this possible. Betcage Sports, Dasani, Coca-Cola, Quartz, Macron, and Powerade. It's my pleasure now to introduce the CWI player of the match. But before I do that, a few honorable mentions. Asita Fernando with a 5-wicket haul on very placid conditions. And that first test century for Mr. Lahiru Udara, a masterful 188. But the player of the match, that award goes to Mr. Justin Graves for his magnificent 180. It will be presented by Mr. Miles Bascom, Director of Cricket at Cricket West Indies. And also, Miles, if you could also present the Player of the Series award, that also goes to Justin Graves for his innings and also his contributions in the first test where he got a career best 3 for 39. Thank you very much, Mr. Bascom. Justin, if you can just give us a few insights into that masterful innings. We've spoken a lot about it during the course of this test, 141 for 4. When you entered a tricky little position, what were your thought processes during that time?
Just about for the team, you know. I think we did some really good work leading up in this before the series. The coaches put in some really good work. Had a really good challenge from, you know, the bowling group as well. So, you know, once we got into the game, put my head down and see if I could stick it out as long as possible.
You have more test hundreds than 50, something with conversion from you. Once you go past 50, you want to cash in. Tell us a little bit about that mentality.
It's very simple, Kimar Roach. Simple words in the dressing room, stay hungry. You know, when you're getting, you're staying because you don't know where your next one is going to come from. So always try to capitalize once you get a start in the middle.
And in terms of the conditions here, familiar, 2 times now you've gone past 100. You play franchise cricket here, that familiarity helps?
Yeah, it's always a nice place, man. Nice batting pitch here at Surviv. So, you know, once you get in, you know, try to capitalize.
And now we switch focus. West Indies head into a white ball series. Tell us about the transition from red ball to white ball and how challenging that will be.
Yeah, you know, pretty much stick to the basics for me. Be very disciplined in terms of what I do. A couple of days off, you know, get some prep in and then, you know, to the white ball. But, you know, pretty much the same for me all the time.
Love seeing you bat, Justin. Love seeing you bowl as well. All the best in your continued journey.
Thank you.
That's Justin Graves, player of the match and player of the series. I'd now like to call on Dhananjaya De Silva, captain of Sri Lanka, for a quick chat. Dhananjaya, commiserations on the series result. You came into this test match decimated after that first test defeat. You showed great character, winning the toss, opting to bat first. Tell us about that decision firstly and that fight from your team in this test.
Well, you know, obviously wicket was a bit drier than the last one, and I was, you know, Prabhat is playing, so 4th inning also in my mind, so I think, yeah, it was a good decision to bat first.
And Udara with that masterful 188, only his 3rd test, that must be one of the positives that you guys take away from this series?
Of course, you know, we didn't play the first match and he was hungry to get some runs, you know, get back into that 11. And I think, yeah, he's proved that he belongs to that 11.
Anything differently you could have done today to sort of force a result, or was it that the pitch was that placid, maybe not bat after lunch? Any sort of difference?
Not at all, you know. It hasn't turning that match also, and we haven't had that, you know, X factor in our team, like bowling 140, 45 miles an hour. So I think, yeah, but I thought the runs were enough, but, you know, the bowling, I has to, you know, go back home and, you know, reread it.
Yeah, you have another tournament coming up very soon from now. What are some of the learnings that you'll take from this, encapsulate this series for us?
Well, obviously, you know, how to take the 20 wickets to, you know, win a game, and that's the only thing in my mind when I play the test cricket. For that, I think we have to have that, as I said earlier, the X factor, that who can take the wickets at any time.
It's wonderful again to have this Sri Lankan team on our shores here in the West Indies. We want to wish you guys safe journeys back and all the best on your continued journey.
Thank you very much.
Dhananjaya De Silva, captain of Sri Lanka. We wish them all the best. And it's my pleasure now to bring forward the captain of the West Indies team, Mr. Ruston Chase. Ruston, your first series win as captain, first series win for the West Indies since 2023, first series win at home since 2022. Tell us about what that means to you and your team.
It means a lot. I think this is by far my greatest achievement as a West Indies player. And having not won against Sri Lanka in 23 years, I think that was the driving force for this team to come out here and perform this brilliant way that we did.
Yeah, you came into this series, Ruston, with some questions being asked about, but you answered all of those questions emphatically with your performance personally. What does that mean to you to put in that performance from a personal standpoint?
Yeah, that's the beauty about sports. You can fail for as long as possible, and then just one day everything clicks and you find back where you have been before. So it's just a magnificent feeling to come and stand up for the team as the captain and not only try to inspire and motivate the guys, but to go out there and actually do the hard yards for the team. And I think that inspires the team as well and helps everyone to play and believe in each other.
Yeah, I know you're looking at your peers across there with a smile on your face. Tell us the trajectory of this team, a world-class bowling attack, the opening pair now, a high productivity. How are you guys in terms of that trajectory?
Yeah, I'm very pleased about how the team is going because usually it's the bowlers that really do the hard work for the team. But I think that in this series, the batsmen really stood out. We had 4 centuries and some big centuries too, not just centuries 101 and stuff like that, but some very big centuries. And that's what I've been asking the guys to do. I think that if we're going to compete as a test playing nation, we need to be able to score runs consistently. And we are capable with the ball. So once we find our footing with the bat, the ball will come along as well. And I think that's what will make us into a top playing test nation.
So many records fell during this series. I'm going to put you on the spot. Pick out one most memorable moment for us.
Roach's 300th wicket, that was special just to see the guys elated and just jumping on his back and he's just there in all his glory. I think that was my favorite part of this series.
And a broad smile on your face for that. You now hand over the captaincy reins to Shea Hope. How much does that feel, or how does that feel rather, to be just as a player in the team as you go into that next series?
Oh, playing for West Indies is always an honor and it's not a privilege. So it's great to just play for West Indies, whether I'm the captain or just another player. It's always great. So we are just looking forward to going into this next series now.
Congratulations once again, Ruston, on that series win, and long may it continue. I'll now ask you to collect that trophy, that Tessera Sobers trophy being presented by Mr. Leon Kumar Rodney. If you can just collect that trophy there, Ruston. A wonderful moment for Ruston Chase and the West Indies team. All right, I'll ask you to take that trophy, and now I'll ask you to go and join your teammates as you celebrate this wonderful moment. Ruston Chase and the West Indies team, success for them in this test series.
So the West Indies win this Sobers Tessera Trophy 1-0. Jubilant West Indies there. Captain Ruston Chase with that trophy, beating Sri Lanka in the series for the first time in 23 years.
In under draw, Sri Lanka dropping from that joint third position. They now sit on 6, and there will be a lot of work cut out for these two teams as the cycle continues. We're back here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium, and it's our final day, so we reflect on what has happened. I'm also happy to introduce my guests, Jimmy Adams, who is here, and Darren Sammy, the coach of the West Indies Test side. Darren, many congratulations to you. I don't think anybody questioned the outcome of this Test match, given what we saw and the strong showing with the bat. It's your first Test series win as coach. Tell me, what emotions are you feeling right now?
Mixture, but more gratitude. You know, when you set out to do something and you see the challenge ahead, I've spoke about it before. Those first 3 Test series, you know, was when you're trying to put a team together was really tough. But we always, in our planning, looked at this home series, this one and the one to come against Pakistan, where we could really, you know, have a solid team. And on top of that, the preparation that we've put in. And I saw a couple of the net bowlers today, and they were so happy. And I told them, you guys played a part in that. You know, coming here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium and just sourcing and facilitating our guys and helping them prepare. And to see that proper preparation turn into performance that could help us to win games, it was beautiful to watch, Ganga.
I know Jimmy is itching to ask you a few questions, but first I must admit that your last Test series win in the Caribbean was against Bangladesh in 2022. Your last Test series win overall was against Zimbabwe in 2023. In your estimation, did you tick all the boxes?
Yes, we did. Obviously, the only thing we had to go back to Shea. You know, I would have loved to see Joshua De Silva, with all the runs he scored, to come back in the team, and we're still searching for that wicket keeper. You know, we've had conversations with Shea, but I know where he's at. But kudos to him for taking on that mantle to help us get through this Test match. But from a preparation standpoint, we ticked all the boxes. Getting Kemar Roach fit and ready to go, the importance of that first game, his impact was really good for us. The batters getting volume leading up to the Test series. Floyd Reefer leaving Jamaica right after the ODI series to come and prepare these Test batters. The camp we had with Otis Gibson to work, and Ravi Rampal to work and prepare these fast bowlers, and to see the outcome out there. You know, it shows that, you know, some of the things we put together, when we achieve it, it could work. And it's a lesson that we could continue, never mess out on the preparation, because the preparation is key. But the challenge now is, as these guys leave and they go to the different territories, to come back just to continue and not feel like we're starting over again. And that's been the challenge for us. But for this series, we were really prepared, and to answer, yeah, we ticked all boxes.
If I can ask, Darren, you've really emphasized preparation, and you really sound happy and pleased with what you've seen, not just in terms of the physical output, but you keep talking about the attitude. When you get the results like this, and I'm not talking just a series result, no, how important is it? You now have, I think, 4 more Test hundreds, including a double, in your dressing room. You have, I'm sure there was a 5 for in the first Test match. Was there a 5 for?
A 4 for. But a 300. Yeah.
And a 3, and then a record partnership, 400 record partnership. How important for building confidence going forward are these moments, these you know, we talk about getting hundreds in a dressing room, getting 5s. How important for building team confidence?
It's very important, and especially for the captain as the leader. We know how important it was for him to get that performance. But he never faltered. But for us as a group, when you sit down and you plan, and at the starting of in 2024, I think, or 2025 when I took over from the Test series, we look at the areas, our conversion rate in terms of 50s in 200. I think we had about 17 50s with 200s before that. So converting 50s to 100s, you know, finding the right personnel. Brandon King started at 4.
Yes.
But now he's opening with John Campbell And I think they're averaging at least 66 runs now as an opening pair.
Yeah.
So we're seeing off that new ball, which gives our 3-4-5 enough time. And guys taking on response. So now what we have created is a way that it could be done if you follow a process.
Right.
So the chatter becomes more confident. You know, when we do this, this is what we could get. So my job and all the coaches' job could challenge them. Let's be consistent in our preparation so that we give ourselves a better chance of performing. So this series is really good for the morale of the guys after losing the first 7, I think.
Yes.
But on the confidence of the team, you know, Floyd Reefer, you know, he's smiling because, you know, the batsmen are scoring hundreds.
Yeah.
And we've always had the lineup that could take 20 wickets. So now we could match it with putting runs on the board. You know, Avinash told me, it's the first time, I think, since whenever a team scoring 500 and we responded with one shy of 500 in the first inning. So little boxes that we're ticking that encourage, that show sign of encouragement that, you know, we continue following the process, we could get results.
But I just quickly want to add to that. I threw something to you after the first test, and I'm going to throw it again, but I'm going to give it context. I said that performances like this make the job of coaching a team that is being built a little easier, and by that I mean when you have performances, you don't have to teach something from scratch. All you need to do is direct and say, listen, you've done it before. So that was the context to say your messaging becomes a little easier going forward because you now have landmarks along the way to refer back to.
Exactly, Jimmy. And I mean, Roston, Floyd Reefer, it's Roston's first series win as captain. It's my first series win as coach. The guys coming from the last Test Championship, we've had moments of brilliance. And, you know, I don't think since 2003 we've not beaten Sri Lanka as well in a Test series. We've had draws, but we've not beaten them. So a lot of achievement for this group that they're looking forward to the next Test series now. And again, the challenge is to continue in that same vein.
Yeah, it was in 2003 when the West Indies last beat Sri Lanka. I was present in that series, Darren. But I want to pick up on one of the points you mentioned there. Your opening partnership. This is a second century run opening partnership between John Campbell and Brandon King. Let us know the ingredients and the qualities that you saw in both these gentlemen to bring them together to use this chemistry for production of runs.
Yes, one of the things we wanted is to, you know, be able to take on the game. Not really take on the game, but score at least 3.5 runs per over. Before the Test Championship, we were going at 2 point something. We were facing the least amount of overs. So this is something that we really identified. And John Campbell coming back from the ban he had, performing in 4-day cricket. Brandon King, once Shea, you know, communicated that if he has to bat at 4, the wicket-keeping duties would be too hard. So finding that opener that could complement John, and the two of them from Jamaica, they bat well together. So, you know, it's just instilling that. Floyd Reefer working every day. I see your guys break down his technique, but Brandon King working every day in the nets to not push so hard at the ball. So it's a work in progress, but the chemistry between the two of them, they are going really well for us. And again, the partnership they put, you know, King will score runs against the new ball once he's at the crease, and so would John. I challenge them to take the stats into big runs, but they're doing an excellent job for us so far and allowing our 3-4-5 sometime when they get in the ball is not that new.
Yeah, you look at what they've done, you look at John Campbell and Brandon King, and you see that effort in application, you see they're curbing their natural instinct, appreciating what threats the new ball bring. And I'm sure, Jimmy, for you, it's very heartening to see that sort of foundation being laid for the other batters to come in this West Indian team.
Listen, for where I know you're aiming to take this team, you need to have new ball specialists, batting and bowling. It's not just batting, but where this pair is concerned, if you can find a consistent opening pair who score your runs, who value the wicket, you're on your way to a winner. And I agree with you, the signs are there, and all I can do is encourage you to keep encouraging them. I think one of the good things that you bring as coach is that you provide perspective. You keep saying some of these issues are going to take time. We all want it to happen yesterday. Life isn't like that. And no, but seriously, these results can go a long way to giving you that time and space to build and move towards this vision that I'm sure you've sold to these players. So kudos to you and to them for the effort in this test series.
We're going to continue this conversation, Darren, and for many of you following, this is maybe 4 years since the West Indies last got the better of a higher-ranked test team in a test series. So we'll chat more after this break.
That is absolutely perfect.
That is top class.
Welcome back. We're happy to have Darren Sammy here, the coach of the West Indies Test team. He continues to tell us the why. Why did the West Indies do so well in this Test series? Remember, the West Indies winning this two-match series 1-0 and taking that Sobers Tessera trophy. Jimmy Adams is also here. Let's now dive a little bit further into your individual players who performed brilliantly in this test. Justin Graves, we listened to an interview from him. He speaks about his daily attitude towards his success, Darren. He's just a special person to have in your dressing room.
He is. You know, Justin, just a while ago, he spoke to Floyd talking about he having to zone back in. You know, he missed out in the first test, and you could see he was so determined. Another one Coach Floyd always spoke about, you know, how well he's batting. I remember a net session, he challenged Sharma, Jaden, and Kima Roach, and everybody was just watching the live net, and he was just giving them talk, and it was, I think it's something that triggered the type of batting performance we were going to have in this test series. The nets were as lively. The competition between bat and ball was fierce, and he wanted to apply that. And I said to him I think a couple weeks ago, I noticed, I'm like, whatever he's done, and that's not even cricket, it's just from his social skills, the way he looks like he's enjoying the game. Keep it up, because I've seen a change from the last year that I've been in him, and it's working. So long may it continue. The rain is coming. Are we leaving? Are we going? Are we staying?
Success raining on the West Indies team. Jimmy, we're going to take a little break, and hopefully when we come back, you'll see us continue this conversation.
That is absolutely perfect.
That is top class. Star performers all around for the West Indies in this second test match. Shai Hope was superb with the bat. Another terrific test match century to him. His 5th in his career. His 3rd since his re-entry into test match cricket. And if you followed Shai Hope in this series, he missed the first test match. Jimmy Adams alongside me. He had that shoulder injury and walked into the second test match, and both himself, Justin Graves, just put together a magnificent partnership in excess of 200 and really batted that West Indian team into a position of strength.
Well, it was a foundation for that score of 499. Shea Hope and Justin Graves. But as you said, having missed out in the first test match, still carrying a little niggle in that shoulder. We saw him wince a few times, not just batting, but when he was keeping. But I must say, just the calmness while he was at the crease, he looked like someone who was so in control of his game overall. And that calmness and building that partnership going through 50, 100, 150, I think they ended up 242. But that really let the West Indies know that this game was put to bed for the most part. And coming out now with that series win just means so much to all of the group. But kudos to him on a brilliant return into the team after that injury.
Must also give Shea Hope plaudits for taking the responsibility behind the stumps. There were options to Roston Chase and Darren Sammy. Amrit Django is also a wicketkeeper. Of course, they left out the young player from Trinidad, Joshua De Silva. So when you have multiple roles in a team, it will challenge your physical fitness, your mental strength. And Shea Hope just rose above those challenges, that stumping to break the major
Game
partnership.
Changer. Yeah, game changer, for sure. He's popped up so many times in this game. And you touched on something, and I want to elaborate on it. The physical output for having had to keep through 550 runs, then to go and bat for the length of time that he did, carrying the responsibility, not just on the field with the gloves. Brilliant partnership breaking, stomping down the leg side of Justin Graves to get rid of Kamindo Mendes, who was threatening at the time. And then to bat as he did, just the physical output that would have required a lot of mental concentration as well. It's been a big, big game for him, and it's translated into a big result for the West Indies.
Well, we can't just talk about what transpired in this second test match. Again, overall, the series was a very successful one for the West Indies. I think, generally speaking, when you look at the records that went down, it has elevated test match cricket for the West Indies, and landmarks like the one we saw from Jaden Seals, getting to 100 test match wickets, doing so in record time. That too is a progression in the right direction.
Huge landmark for the young man. You see how much it meant to him to get that wicket. Good catch by John Campbell, but Jaden Seals by no means the finished product, but to have the statistics that he has this early in his career, it just boggles your mind what will happen in the years to come. When he gets those lines a lot straighter and a lot more consistent, we're looking at a world-class bowler under construction, without a doubt, Darren.
And he's operating and functioning in this West Indian side with a senior bowler in that of Kemar Roach. We heard it at the post-match presentation. The standout moment for the skipper, Roston Chase, was that moment where Kemar Roach brought up his 300th wicket in test match cricket. That, again, shows that there's a leader or a mentor in the side in that department of the game that the other bowlers could follow, Jimmy.
I do think that bowling units need a pack leader. All the great attacks in the world have a pack leader, and Kemar Roach has saddled this responsibility for quite a while now. He was left out in New Zealand initially, came back into the team, got a couple wickets, had a long partnership batting. But that was the moment when, to me, he joined the greats. No small feat to get 300 test wickets, and he's done it in a battling test team for many years. So a lot of times under pressure, not many runs to play with, but he's stuck in, he's stayed.
And quite fittingly, he spoke about the support he got from his mother, the other senior players when he started, players around Barbados cricket that contributed towards his development. And we saw him move from the West Indies to ply his trade in England, to polish his skills, to continue that longevity. I think it's only fair for us to make mention of the coaching staff around this team. We've had the opportunity to talk to Darren Sammy, but I think plaudits must be given to Floyd Reefer, Ravi Rampal, Rayon Griffith.
Yep.
Those coaches, Jimmy, you've been in that role.
Yep.
What a moment like this or a series win like this will do to coaches in those positions?
I touched on it a little bit earlier, and the key for me comes in a couple of areas. Validation, first of all. They would have decided on a methodology of preparing and playing. And what results like these do is it gives you the confidence going forward to say, listen, maybe up to now you've had to trust us by faith that it will work. Now we know. Now we have a method. No, it's not to say that you won't tweak as you go along, but at least you have a benchmark in some critical areas. And for the coaching staff, they take this now into their sessions, their planning, and it gives them confidence. And that confidence just rubs off within. It's almost like a cycle going in the right direction, spiraling upwards, confidence growing series by series. We will be watching the next series coming up against Pakistan. We would love to see more of the same. But take nothing away. This means a lot to this group, and I agree with you. Even the support staff will be really feeding off this, Darren.
Dinesh Bayam, the physiotherapist, Avinash Sitaram, the analysts, those are persons who give yeoman service behind the scenes. The other thing that we must also make mention of is players like Kemar Roach. In the back end of the career, there's a need to manage workload. And you heard of Kemar Roach having a little niggle, being rested for the second test match. I'm sure he might be ready for that first test against Pakistan. So again, it's about building upon what you've achieved in this series and making sure that it works to your advantage for the next one, because the next series will be against Pakistan, 2 test matches in Trinidad. So one would expect that the performances in all departments will continue to rise.
Listen, I don't know what will happen come Trinidad, but I know that you're leaving Antigua with a basket full of performances, which is what you want. We don't know where Kemar will be. We're hoping that he'll be fit. He is the pack leader. It is a better bowling attack for having him lead the attack, setting the tone early in an innings. I hope that he's fit for the Pakistan series. But even if he isn't, a series win now will play a role. It will have an impact. It will provide that impetus. And just the key for me is just confidence. It builds confidence both individually and collectively. And every team needs that if they're going to be successful.
Well, for those of you following from Sri Lanka or that diaspora, there are lots to take from this series from a Sri Lankan point of view. Want to come to you, if you just joined us, Lahiru Udara, 188 in this test match, opening the batting, getting a chance because Pathum Nissanka got injured, had to do an operation. This is healthy competition in Sri Lankan's cricket.
There is no team in the world that will look on a performance like this and not be happy. You're coming in as a replacement. You're young to international cricket, and you take on a situation as he did, in the manner in which he did. Didn't look like someone new to international cricket, and it wasn't just 100. It was a big 100. 188, I think he ended up with. Could have been a double if things had gone his way. But Sri Lanka would be everybody is looking for that new ball pairing. And I would assume that they would continue with him. But they have Nissanka established. He has come and staked his claim. They're beginning to see maybe a new order at the top of the order, no pun intended. But brilliant performance from him.
Well, Asita Fernando as well. You've been blown away with his heart, his dedication, his effort. That sort of relentless bowling that we saw from him, going short in very docile conditions and getting 5 wickets. The only bowler to pick up 5 wickets in this test match.
It wasn't just heart. There is a lot of skill that this young man carries to the game. He had different conditions or different ball at different times of the innings. He used the ball, new ball, bowled full, swung it away from the right-handers into the left-hander. But when all hope seemed lost in the middle of that West Indies innings, and it looked as if the West Indies could have batted for another 3 days. He decided to go short. He had his field set, and more than anything else, he kept running and he kept trying, and 1 wicket led to another. And for me, that 5-wicket haul, to me, is a standout performance. On this wicket, and he bowled 40 overs of pace on this wicket. Kudos to him, well bowled.
Yeah, plaudits and salute to Fernando, really leading the way in the absence of Lahiru Kumara, who was injured in that first test match. Now, we look ahead for things here in the West Indies and the West Indies team that will have to compete against New Zealand. This is the squad selected. Shea Hope, captain. We know that Shimron Hetmeyer, Shamar Springer, for different reasons, not part of this squad because they featured in that ODI series against Sri Lanka. But great to see Vital Laws in this side, the wrist spinner, alongside some of, the more familiar names. Kimo Paul back in the fray. There's Shafane Rutherford, Alzari Joseph, Shamar Joseph, Roston Chase, the test captain. So there are lots of experienced players in and amongst some players still finding their feet at this international level. They will be up against a New Zealand team which is slightly different to what we are accustomed to. New Zealand probably succession planning in their ODI format. Mitch Santana, one of their most experienced players, will be at the helm, and he will lean on the experience of players like Daryl Mitchell, Mark Chapman, Tom Latham. Jacob Duffy as well is one of the most senior fast bowlers in that side. So some unfamiliar names, but it's a great opportunity for New Zealand to show their worth. So as we continue to wrap this series and look ahead, Jimmy, if you had to sum up what you saw in this test series from a West Indian perspective, what would be the takeaways for you? Wearing a hat that previously led you in the space of director of cricket for the West Indies, and then you were part of the coaching setup as well.
Listen, I'm seeing growth, and that basically is what you want to see whenever, every 6-month period that you look at an individual or group, you're looking for growth, and the signs are definitely there. I would say to Darren and his team, whatever you're doing is working. Keep doing it. Tweak it if you have to, but it looks as if you have a squad that is beginning to trust each other, that is beginning to trust themselves and the processes that he's implemented. And we'd like to see ongoing growth. You might not get the exact performances next week or the week after against Pakistan, but let's revisit in 6 months' time, and hopefully we continue to see growth, especially in the area of consistency. Job well done. Looking forward to bigger and better things going forward.
Yeah, I'd like to echo my congratulations to the West Indies team, to Roston Chase for winning his first test series as captain. Jimmy, thank you so much for your comments, for your time. We hope that everyone enjoyed this series. Remember, it's the first time that Sri Lanka has scored 800 runs in a test match outside of Asia. So many positives across both teams. And as we mentioned, the West Indies will now turn their attention to New Zealand, where they'll prepare for the first ODI against this opposition. That match to be played at the Providence Stadium in Guyana. So stay tuned. If you can get to the venue, please do.
achievements in cricket so far?
Yeah, I think this will be top of the list. Contributing to a team win and then contributing to a series win as well. So, you know, for me, first team series win as well in the Test Championship for us. So it's a very, very big achievement.
Yeah, 3 centuries now for you, 2 here at the surface here in Richard Stadium. What is it about this surface that makes you feel as if it's at home for you?
It is home for me at the moment. Playing for the Leewards, you know, we spend a lot of time at the Superman Richard Stadium. Gotten accustomed to the surface, and it's usually a pretty good one. So once you get in, you know, stay in, and you know, you could really add big scores.
And that partnership with you and Shea, the team had a little bit of a trouble at 144 for 5 when you went to the crease. What were the discussions like, which eventually had you guys getting to a record 50-day partnership?
Conversations were pretty simple, you know, just bat in and, you know, just try to keep it as simple as possible. Buy yourself some time. The pitch is good, so once you get in, you know, you can obviously expand your game. But you know, communication between Shea and I has always been pretty good.
Yeah, and your role is more than just batting. We also all around. You've got crucial wickets throughout the series. That crucial wicket of Windies in the first innings really broke the back of that partnership. How important is your role in the team as an all-rounder?
Yeah, big role. You know, the guys always give me a lot of stick about, you know, bowling and stuff at training and so on. But, you know, once I get out there, the captain asks me to do a job, I try to do the job to the best of my ability, whether batting or bowling.
And 8.5 hours of batting, almost similar to what you did in New Zealand late last year. Is this something, how do you prepare for something like that, to be batting for such long periods?
Always wanting to do better. I think that's the start of it. Always wanting to get really big scores. Always talk about staying hungry in the dressing room. Always wanting to do more for the team. It's just not for yourself. It's just more for the team at the end of the day, because, you know, there's sometimes that you might get 100 or you might get a 90 and it might be good for you, but it's not good enough for the team, and there's always team first for me. So thinking big scores will really, really help the team.
All right, Russell, the 4th Test series for you. Your first win must be over the moon with getting that elusive win.
Yes, I'm very elated, especially against a team like Sri Lanka that we've struggled to beat, even at home, and especially when we go away to them, it's very difficult to beat them. So to come here and to beat them, but just not beat them, but in a dominating kind of way is very pleasing, and we haven't won against them in 23 years. It feels great, especially after the year that we had last year, to come and start the year with this series victory. It feels great.
The batting performance throughout the series basically cushioned the team's success. Talk about the changes in the batting in terms of structure, where you had different players from what we started with last summer to where we are now, and how that has helped the team and benefited the team in this series.
Yeah, the batting is something that we put a lot of emphasis on, because it was mostly the bowling that was standing up for us in majority of the games. So it's something that I really put forward to the guys, that we need to be able to at least give the bowlers something to work with, and they raised their hands tremendously in this series. We had 400s. I mean, we've been scoring hundreds in the past games, but I mean, these are big hundreds, and not only that, we turn them into big totals as well. Not just one guy getting 100 and we probably just getting over 250, but for 2 guys to get hundreds in 2 innings, that says a lot.
Yeah, as you mentioned, first series win against Sri Lanka in 23 years. Many captains have tried to beat them. How does that make you feel personally, given the sort of pressure you might have felt you've been under in this last 6, 7, 8 games?
Yeah, it's a great feeling. I don't want to take too much credit for it, because at the end of the day, it's a team sport, and I can't go out there and do it by myself. I mean, this is the first series that I really had outstanding performance. I've been trying for the last series and stuff, but to go and actually lead from the front, it feels great. So yeah, I just want to congratulate the guys for helping me to achieve this as the leader of the team.
Yeah, and Justin Greaves' performances throughout the series, earning the Player of the Series performance and a Man of the Match award as well. Talk a little bit more about his performance and his elevation with the bat and ball in this series.
Yeah, I'm happy for him, and when they asked me about the man in the series, he was my first pick because he played a key role in this series, not only in scoring that big 100, but in the first game, he bowled a tremendous spell and he got 3 wickets. And then even in this game, he got the wicket of Kaminu Mendes with Shea Hope making a brilliant stumping. I thought that changed the game somewhat because that was a partnership that was really threatening to be a very big one. So I'm very happy for him. He's a quality cricketer. He's a guy that I grew up with. He went to school with me, and from the first time I saw him, I know that he had great talent, and this is something that I expected of him. So I'm just happy to see that it come to life right now.
Well, almost like a break in between Test cricket for the team. What is it you want to see this series being used as ahead of this Pakistan series which starts?
Yeah, I think this is a stepping stone for us going forward, especially we sit down and we plan for this Test Championship, and we said last year was going to be tough, and it was tough, but we said this year we think that the 2 series at home especially, these are series that we'll be looking to dominate and to win. So I just want the guys to continue from this and let this be a stepping stone, as I said, and not just leave it there and think, oh, we won 1 series and that's enough. I think we need to just to have that consistent. I think winning games consistently, that would be great for us in terms of growth and going forward as a cricket nation.
What a start. That is top class. That's power. Pure power. That is perfect. Absolutely perfect.
Good morning and welcome to the culmination of this multi-format tour, the second test, day 5, West Indies against Sri Lanka. And we're beaming live from North Sound in Antigua. This is where things currently lie. Sri Lanka 549 for 9 declared. West Indies for 99 response, and Sri Lanka second to 92 for 2. An overall lead of 142, 8 wickets in hand, and so many possibilities exist. What will day 5 bring? Well, we wait eagerly for that. And while we wait for that, let's just review what has transpired thus far. Our man Gerard takes us through it. First ball, day 5. It goes straight. Maybe not precisely what he wanted, given the feel that he has. So West Indies, Mali are cognizant of where this game is situated. Yeah, that's in the air. It will fly away all the way for 4, actually. So not in control, but maybe sign of what's to come.
Yeah, we're seeing the intent here from Kamindu Mendes.
A 36th test half century for Dinesh Chandimal, second in the series. He's looked unperturbed in this innings, really comfortable, showing his experience and his class yet again. Now that's in there, it should be taken. In the end, he takes the catch. A little bit of misjudgment. You heard it from Jaden Seal. Someone get it, please. And because of the wind pushing it away from him, he had to hustle in at the last moment. Catch taken. Partnership broken. Mendes gone.
Yeah, wicket 101 for Jaden Seals. The dangerous Mendes had to go, looking to press the issue. There was a bit of miscommunication there in the end. Anderson Phillip takes a bumbling catch in the end. West Indies pick up their third. Mendes has to go for a well-played 44. It's 118 for 3.
That's hoiked away. Tugged from outside off, wide of long on, and the result is a very good one.
Chandimal, who's well set, walking across his wicket. Zari Joseph trying to hold a wider line. And
Sweeps well. In the gap, 4 more. That's good skill from Dhananjaya De Silva. Everything going in the right direction.
well, it was landing in that rough area. But a beautiful example of a slightly lofted sweep shot. He's gone high and straight, and he'll get a maximum. Dinesh Chandimal. Bringing up the 150 for Sri Lanka.
And the lead now going over 200, so maybe kicking into T20 mode. These two Sri Lankans, wonderful use of the feet. They're known for their proficiency against spin and slow bowling.
Shouts of catch it, and a very good diving catch from Kavem Hodge. Searching for that wicket, and Alzari Joseph provides some relief.
A fantastic catch that from Kavem Hodge. He's a bit of a live wire in this West Indian lineup. Chandimal has to go full in length from Alzari, full and wide, open the face, tried to run it down. Kavem Hodge in that gully position, diving away to his left, his strong hand. And Chandimal has to go for a well-played 71, 156 for 4.
That is exceptionally well done by Dhananjaya De Silva. Just opening up to get the contact in that area that you wanted it to. Very well executed.
Very skillful shot this. Staying leg side actually to access the offside out of the rough. Outside the right-hander's leg stump. That is a top shot indeed.
Catch it, catch it.
Goes big, goes long, but straight to Shamar Joseph. So Ruston Chase persisting with his plans, and it pays off.
You see on this delivery, Ruston Chase not being able to impart much spin, but with that seam up, got a bit of drift. Have a look at this. Started outside that leg stump, drifted into the stumps. Once again, Dhananjaya looking to access the offside, picks out Shamar Joseph. He takes a good catch. Ruston Chase picks up his first. And the dangerous Dhananjaya goes for 34. It's 188 for 5.
Yeah, that will go for 4. Very well struck by Sonal Dinusha. Overall lead now of 246. Jimmy Adams alongside me.
Brilliantly played. Was offered enough room by Anderson Phillip and likes to cut, cuts well, kept it down and placed it to perfection. Catch taken. So another wicket for the West Indies. John Campbell in that gully position. The only man catching behind the wicket on the offside, and Kusal Mendes managed to find him.
Yeah, guided to perfection. In the breadbasket, a little bit of a fumble, and there the relief for John Campbell. Another test wicket for Anderson Phillip. His stay was brief, 197 for 6. And that'll be buys, I think. 4 of them. Let's have a closer look. Yes, a free boundary. Yeah, he's found the gap and he's found the boundary. Bowling a little bit too quickly is Kavem Hodge. But good batting from Sonal Dinusha. Needs to slow it up, let them hit into the wind.
Yes, using the pace of the ball and the angle. And really only had to help it along its way pretty much. Dinusha did it well, elevated and well placed.
He's moved across quite early. Ruston Chase goes even wider. Direct hit. And it will result in an overthrow. We'll just wrap that up, tidy that up first. And then we'll have a look, no doubt, for the run out. Is it 3 or is it 2 on a run out? Or 1 on a run out rather? Let's find out.
An umpire review for run out at the key person. Can I have the side on replay, please?
I was just thinking of something.
Yes, I can see the wicket is broken and the batter is short of his ground. Satisfied, my decision for the big screen is...
I didn't take chance.
So confirmed by the cameras. Sonal Dinusha has to go run out for 28. It's 216 for 7.
Yeah, this is straight again.
And this time it's well drilled. All the way for 6 from Wijasundara. That's what they want. Yeah, clean them up. Going after it, another wicket for Kavem Hodge. Add Wijasundara to the list. He's keeping it on the stumps. A heave looking for another maximum. Misses. And clatters onto that off stump. Yeah, he scored 10 runs quickly from just 6 deliveries. 227 for 8.
Single to finish. And it looks as if we will have one more over before the interval. 231 for 8.
Turns out that that was in fact the last over before the interval, so no further play in session 1 on the 5th day. Right, let's have a look then at what that overall lead is. 281. Do they bat after lunch, or is that declaration imminent during the interval? Hello and welcome back to the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium, North Sound in Antigua. It's day 5 and we're heading into the second session of the final day. There is an appeal. Kavem Hodge is convinced. Run out at the non-striker's end.
Yeah, I can see the ball has clearly made contact with the hand and roll it the side of replay, please. Plays out of his ground as the wicket is broken. Satisfied. My decision for the big screen is.
Right, that was some good work, you'd have to say, from Kavem Hodge. Prabhat Jayasuriya goes 9 wickets down, and they continue to battle on 238 for 9. Yeah, connects that one well enough to go for 4. Connected again. Even better this time, all the way for 6. Heave again. I wonder if that brings the declaration. Yeah, I think it does. He is signaling to the batters out there. Are they looking at him or do they want to continue? Yes, I think they have recognized that he's calling them in. Just to bring everyone up to speed, that aforementioned 549 for 9 and 251 for 9. And the West Indians 499, lots of 9s. Brandon King will be desperate for that. John Campbell will be thinking about getting another score of significance, but more importantly, not giving his wicket away. So they should be thinking runs on offer. 40 overs in the first innings for Asita Fernando. He will go again.
Wait. No.
By their very nature, they are run scorers, King and Campbell. Edge down the leg side, too far away for Kushal Mendes, and so Brandon King gets off the mark.
It's in the gap. Stand and deliver from Brandon King. He gets his first boundary. Starting to look a lot more fluent now with that.
Hooked down this time by John Campbell and perfectly bisecting fine leg and backward square. It brings the 5th over to an end. It's 20 without loss.
Jayasuriya. Opting to go with the sweep. Through the gap for 4. Good positive stuff that from Johnny Campbell.
That's beautifully played. I was waiting to see if the fielder could get around. The placement was immaculate from Campbell. And he's motoring along. Races up to 22 now.
Yeah, nice and tall on top of the bounce, putting the delivery behind him. That was a more conventional bounce.
That's a 50 partnership between King and Campbell. This is becoming a trend.
Yeah, really good combination, right, left to begin with. And then very familiar with each other, both hailing from Jamaica.
That's 4. Earned down the leg side, making light work for John Campbell, who's showing very good balance in this innings.
The faithfuls are still here, looking on at this contest. Errant in line from round the wicket, the angle as well, taking it further down, neatly tucked away.
Solid in defense end of the 23rd over, the West Indies will go into the tea break without losing a wicket, 65 without loss. Still 237 runs behind if they were to win this game. So this is a story of the second test to date. We're on day 5. Sri Lanka batting first, 549 for 9 declared. Big 188 for Udara. The West Indies replying with 499, hundreds apiece for Graves and Hope, with Asita Fernando bowling well over quite a few overs for his 5-wicket haul. Sri Lanka in their second innings, 251 for 9. Chandimal, the top scorer.
It will be Prabhat Jayasuriya to start. As you can see there, there's still those footmarks outside the left-handers off stump. But so far, they've proven largely inconsequential. There again. Not sure that was at a catchable height. The replays would tell us. Goes into the boundary for 4. Ups to go down the ground. High and handsome from Johnny Campbell.
Yeah, terrific strike from John Campbell.
Guilford wins. Things just going downhill in terms of the weather here at North Sound. It was forecasted though, if Marley Richards did his research. Runs. Kusal Mendes couldn't stop this one, so 4 byes. Goes to his record.
There he goes. Just a little look, a glance to his left. He gets there in time. Great stuff.
Yeah, just impressive. How he inhales and exhales. Maximum speed to get the job done. Good work, Colin. So another break because of rain. Remember, there was that slight delay previous to this one. The ground staff getting in motion, getting the cover zone, protecting the square. So it's been a long test match, one dominated by the bat. As you can see, Sri Lanka batting first, put on a mammoth 549 for 9. West Indies in response, they were very good as well. 499. Sri Lanka led by 50 runs at that stage. Then Sri Lanka batting a second time, declared on 251 for 9, leaving the West Indies 302 if they were to win. And at the moment, they're just 217 runs adrift. So right, as we wait for this rain to subside, we're going to take a break and hopefully come back with more action on the other side.
And it will be the opening pair for the West Indies of John Campbell and Brandon King. Brilliant batting from Brandon King. Jayasuriya just over pitching by a fraction.
And there you go again. Easy batting for Brandon King to bring up 100 for West Indies and takes him closer to 44. It's a 100 partnership as well.
And that is another test half century for John Campbell. His 4th in test match cricket to go along with his solitary test century. Congratulations from his partner, appreciation from his team. Look at John Campbell acknowledging his test match 50. Goes for it, hits it high, hits it hard. So Brandon King brings up his 4th half-century in Test cricket, pulling Jayasuriya for a 6, takes it to 51.
A well-constructed half-century from Brandon King. Short delivery, transfers his weight quickly, and shows that he launched it all the way for a 6.
Overboard. Yep. Already stuck up. Yeah, over it.
So there we have it, folks. The umpires have indicated that both teams can call it a day, no pun intended. Hands being shaken all around. West Indies, by virtue of drawing this test match, have won the series and have given Ruston Chase, the West Indies captain, his first series win as captain. West Indies batting card, no major surprises. Campbell 51, similar score for Brandon King. Both of them 109-run partnership in the 40 overs that were delivered, making sure that the West Indies secured their series win. Nothing to report in the wickets column for Sri Lanka. A lot of overs once again for Jayasuriya, the left-arm spinner. Had a lot of work in this series, this test match. Match summary: 549 for 9. Sri Lanka, the West Indies chasing valiantly, 499 all out. Sri Lanka trying to set a total, declaring on 251 for 9 in their second innings. And the West Indies batting through to the end, 109 without loss. This is the schedule going forward. Sorry, this is a review of the series. The West Indies won, Sri Lanka won the one-day series 1-0, winning just 1 of 3 games in Jamaica, 2 games being rained out. The T20 series went to the West Indies by 2 games to 1, and the West Indies also clinching the Test series, having won the first Test here in Antigua, drawing this one the second.
A wonderful moment for Ruston Chase and the West Indies team. All right, I'll ask you to take that trophy, and now I'll ask you to go and join your teammates as you celebrate this wonderful moment. Ruston Chase and the West Indies team, success for them in this Test series.
So the West Indies win this Sobers to Sarah Trophy 1-0. Jubilant West Indies there. Captain Ruston Chase with that trophy. Beating Sri Lanka in the series for the first time in 23 years.